Test. 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 Yes, it is.
Test. Mic. today I think it's really important for me to make friends today and would like to give some idea from Thai part. We are same ASEAN, so I think many part of that we understand. So first of all, would like to sincere thanks to UP University and especially director and for inviting me today. So we can see a lot of your Facebook, you can update a lot of things, a lot of good events. So I would like to join. So today, very happy to join in this event. So you can see our department, we change the name, faculty name from technical school to college of interdisciplinary and integrative study. So the main key point, we combine many faculty to create thesis together. So in the protocol, we have 5 faculty, such as for me, I come from the faculty of arts, another professor come from the business, another professor come from economy, and research center from ASEAN research, and the last part is come from the political side. So we combine better to create the interdisciplinary program, such as the Korean study. So in the first we call Korean study, but we make some barrier, students not come to us. So we would like to find why and where. So in the end, we find the solution and we change the name for Korean study, for international study. The main key point, education, we have to create the knowledge and to support students can get the job easy. This is the main key point. So you can see the next of the my aim today. We know together how make Korean study in education part sustainable. This is the main key point, right? So now we are work hard together to create the Korean study to be the strong education to serve service of the academy to everyone, not only our citizen or university level, but we would like to serve in the term of normal people also, in the term of research or some knowledge. And would like to focus in the term of Korean study in Thailand challenge and focus in my major in Thailand. And next we can see the main sentence. Everyone know. If you know in Korean, you also know. You know in English, you also know. From Korean is the children of way of money. The fail is the matter of success. You fail today, you fail a lot, you fail 10 times. Next, you will succeed, right? But I heard from one person from SNU, at that time I was young, I exchanged there. Some of the economic professor teach me opposite is the so-called there of money. If you succeed, you will not too serious to see anything, and you not open for the another people comment, and in the end you will fail. Same the loan, and many countries they fail in the end after they succeed a lot, right? So for me, I would like to talk in the term today. Korean study in Thailand, PKSS program will not succeed, but we would like to be success. So even though if more than 10 years, after 10 years we succeed, we will remember this sentence. When you succeed, next future you will fail, right? So that's why we really focus in the term of the Korean study in Thailand challenge. And protocol from today, we can see that the many Korean language major in Thailand, a lot of them, we have to teach who would like to learn about the Korean. And we can see the from statistics in Thailand, Thailand people learn Korean language in the top one in the world, right? So we would like to find why Thai people learn Korean language a lot. The answer is because they love Korean culture. Korean very success in Thai. The main key point is why they not study more in the term of the Catholic school, in the term of Korean study, because they don't want, right? So the main key point, we see the high demand of the who love K-pop, but we cannot see the who can work with the Korean community. So we have to find the reason why. The main key point is Thai really strong in the term of the industry from Japan, right? Japan car, Japan bank, sure, use Chinese, but India, the funding come from Japan a lot more than 100 years already, right? So start the official start Japan invest money to Thailand is 1958. A long time, right? Near 100 already. So Japanese funding really strong. So not easy to open for the Korean firm to invest money to Thailand. And in the end, Korean faculty, Korean company, they move to neighbor countries, Vietnam, right? That's why Vietnam also welcome Korean firm and everyone know about the Korean also. And after they learn Korean language, they can find a good job, good Korean in the next future, right? So it's been the strategy for Korean government between Vietnam and Thailand. Different, right? So the main key point is the from Thailand, we are the good located in the center of ASEAN. We are tourism country. So if you come to Thailand and you see some Korean face, next station you can think about the Korean band or go to Korea for travel, something like that, right? Because we are the center of the tourism, right? So in the next, we can see that the many programs in Thailand in the term of we don't have enough teacher, we don't have enough of the research to learn about the Korea, we don't have the institute or financial support. Actually, we don't have a lot of the support fund in the term of education. And next, you can see at the ranking, sorry, the timeline from Korean language and Korean study in Thailand started earlier, actually, right before year 2000. And year 2000 and 2001, there Changkung, we know that, right? There Changkung many drama export to Thailand and ASEAN country. We love Korean faith, we love Korean pop culture, and we would like to learn more about the Korean language. And many universities open the Korean language major, sure, because government work hard. Korean embassy in Thailand they work hard. Actually, they have a lot of top event in the term of the subject Korean culture at the time. So in the end, Kuala University also have two things. One is the Korean language minor, teach Korean language. Another thing is the graduate school. We have the Master of Arts program in Korean study. And we can see number 1 until number 16, most of them, they have the Korean language major, right? But the last one coming very smart, they change a little bit to Korean study major for bachelor degree because demand a lot of the Korean language already, right? Supply also. So they change the field to Korean study major. And we can see the here, number 9, Prince Songkhan University in Phuket campus. They also use in the term of Korean study, just the major name, but inside it, taught in the term of Korean business. Okay. And next, we can see that in 2008, why we create Korean study major in Chulalongkorn University? Actually, because of our president. And so national president, they think it's the good time to make the partner in the term of create the Korean study together. At that time, before 2008, the first batch we create Korean study, first batch, we can see the university were ranking in Thailand, not bad at the time. We can see in 2005 is the 121, 2006 is the 161. And we have the MOU with Korean SNU, right? Korean in the Seoul National University, right? We have the MOU together, one semester to bring Chulalongkorn University student exchange there at the Seoul National University student, sorry, to learn at the graduate school in the Korean study major in GC, SNU. So the main key point we can see the ranking from Chulalongkorn University is that's not good. We can see the ranking right upper in the term of the 200 more than 200 nowadays. So the main key point from the university ranking also what we know already is that one factor GDP, economic, funding, population, a lot of things combined together, right? So not easy to create the upper ranking to be the top 100 or something, depend on many factors, right? So we know that, and we can see the result. And actually, also what we know, the education can earn a lot of high GDP. If we create the high ranking of education, we can see this the sum of the welcome of population, skill level, and economic will develop also, right? So I would like to see maybe in the future also ASEAN country we can develop our education and can put this to be the education industry also to develop our economy, right? So next we can see that the GC at SNU they have Korean study. So our Chulalongkorn University students go there. We also have the member here to student, right? And alumni one. Okay. Also, so 20 point when we go there, learn Korean study, we can see under an umbrella of GC, Korean study have another label, that's commerce, corporation, and study, and new one, international development. We can see that this new major, they prepare for SDG, right? SDG now we have to serious to focus for sustainable, right? Same this topic today to make the environment sustainable, to be to equal gender sustainable, many things, right? You can see the seven part of SDG, and now it's 10 years already. Next year they will move to change the number again, right? So the main point for this is SDG, right? So we can see that's the when SNU Korean study students they learn, they have to see in another connect knowledge in the term of how they export Korean study in the term of cooperation, how they learn Korean study in the term of commerce and development study and so on, right? So this is the core function. And part two, we will see the scientific model for sustainable in the term of pacing. And actually, why I choose this topic sustainable? Because in casing program, we also have the big barrier in the term of the pricing. Don't have students go there to study, and we can see the number 2014, 1 year, we have just 5 students, not enough to run the program. And next 6 students, not enough, and then 4 students. It means student number decline. So financial pass we really minus, right? So because of minus financial pass in the year 2020 pandemic COVID, right? So many programs have to close because of the board from university have to close. Why? Because of financial pass minus, really strong minus. And in the same way, another program such as European study, very strong knowledge, right? Very strong idea to learn, but they are the same thing, no student, right? So this the core MOU program. When we teach students, we have to support in the term of the SNU Korean professor have to come to the whole program and to teach. To make students, this is the good thing, right? But the guest have to support a lot, such as the hotel, such as in terms of the ticket, many things. Good thing to invite voices to teach in the online. Students really happy with Korean voices is good thing. But the main key point is the parents have to support more from home, right? Because education not run for the money in Leo, but in Leo we have to use the money to run the program also. So I can understand the board when they have to close, they need the time to semester. Actually, my student does not know this real thing, but I will tell today. The main key point is the year 2020 we really strong minus. So they give our time 3 semester, and after that is called the program. Same case on the morning, European study receive the same order into 3 semesters, and then you are close the program because the last unit will graduate in the next 3 semester, right? At the time I was young, I just graduated PhD from SNU 2019, really new, right? Really want to do many things, right? So I asked the board, this image is better and you like to make survivor, something like that, to make them more acceptable to earn the income, right? So this is the main key point from our program is minus financial. We can see that it is the year 2014, 15, 16, 5, 6, 4 students. From the financial, we have to create more than 10 students per year. Is the equal number, but not to earn the money, right? So it means more and more students is good for run the program. So after I know that I create more forecast in our program, such as you can see the next slide, such as the creative economy, such as the soft power subject, content entertainment, and one is the Asian relation something. Okay. Another thing I create, we create, communicate together is made we open PhD student to share the course. Because if we teach in the term of only master program, they have limit the knowledge. But if we open or share the course with the PhD student, it's good because PhD student they have job already, right? And then graduate master program already, they can suggest master student. And if they have a good job, they can invite master student to work together. Or if they have the project, they can make the teamwork, right? So this the next step for us to run the class in the term of higher education. And this the good slide in the term of why they have us to hold because financial part, right? So after 2020, we renovate a little bit to put more what students want to learn, and then we teach them, and then they love it. Maybe they would like to suggest their friends, and this not only factor. Another factor they also have, such as at that time, China banned Korean content, right? China not allow China citizen go to Korea to study, to travel at that time. So Chinese students turn on to another country such as Thailand and around the world. Another key point is the Chinese know in the term of Thailand, where it is to move one movie, Lost in Bangkok. This movie, they have storytelling really community. So Chinese people, they prefer to travel in Thailand. So I introduce the newcomer why you would like to submit this program. In the first time, they told to me because they come to Chulalongkorn University and travel and love this university because of environment, center of the downtown. Also, they have the many department store and can go to the Pattaya, Phuket easily, right? This result, and really surprised you come for travel and would like to study. At the first time, I does not believe. But next semester, I interview again, same answer. Next semester, I interview again, same answer. So, wow, this is the main key point for Chinese students or many countries. They love to go to Thailand for study and travel. And if they have chance, they would like to migrate for the short time or work or stay in Thai because Thai really relaxed country. We have the word in Thailand is สบายสบาย สบายสบาย is mean relax. Some many Korea or Thailand or many foreigners they would like to stay in Thai for relax. They have the train after COVID-19 it means sleep tourism, right? Just go to hotel and massage and eating and go to street food and eating and go to the high restaurant for Michelin recognition and eat, right? This is the sleep tourism because Thai really relax. This is the strong point for Thailand, right? So that's why when you interview students, they give the answer that's because love to stay in Thai and have many foreigners after they graduate, they decide to come back again. Even though they try to go to China, they would like to come back again. Why? Because they love to stay in relaxed country. This is the strong point. Food also strong point, right? So after we innovate the structure of the course, we can see the The green one is mean the saving money, right? So every year we keep on top high. So pretty sure that's the this year and next year more on top high. But the main sentence is success is the one of the fail, right? So we have to make good environment first for education. And next we can see the slide of the where when I have to renovate, I have to research first. Sure, we use the normal strategic for the SWOT to analyze the key function, what is the pain point of our program, what is the demand supply. I really believe in the demand supply. I think this is a good thing about the humanity, right? If have high demand, I think it's good. If high supply, that's not good, right? So good index ratio in the term of demand supply, I think is main key point for us to innovate. So I would like to ask students, especially the alumni and who want to study for the study in Thai, I ask too many questions. And another key point, alumni, really important. Before I got this keyword, I asked one director, really big program they call CUTIP, Chulalongkorn University, TIP is mean technology, innovation program. Have many students come from the high-ranking class of Thai people, such as the entrepreneurship, such as the high-ranking officer. They study with CUTIP program. So I asked the director, please suggest casing, how to renovate the program, how to run, how to be sustainable. Director of that program give me the keyword. Also, not do anything, not do a lot too much. Please ask alumni to help you for run the program, for make the activity. Wow, alumni. So how many alumni of us? So how many alumni who succeed? Not have a lot from Korean study because we are the few input. So output of us is not too many, right? But that director really smart. They give the main key point alumni, right? And today, that director now is president of Chulalongkorn University, right? He really famous in the term of business school. That's why he really clear to give me the key point is alumni. So the next step, we would like to create the alumni. We are education. Main key point, we have to keep the knowledge. And main key point, we have to create alumni, get the job easily, fast and fun, and the job is a good job, they want new job, right? So I would like to search more, is the stakeholder. All of the institute or many section, what they want, student, the which kind of student they want, right? So I would like to research more. And next, can see the main key point environment we see. Typical thinking, I think all of students and colleagues, we know already when we learn something, when we research something, the typical thinking, if we know one thing, we have to see the five part, right? Yesterday I learned a lot in the term of comfort movement, right? So comfort movement is one issue, we have to see the five things. If we learn a lot of the queer, with the queen yesterday, right? We have to see the term of fighting also. The fighting is not what everyone know already, it means geography. West Thailand, West Korea, West Japan, West Philippines, right? Geography is very important thing because geography is the start of everything, right? Next, it means history. History also important thing, right? We cannot remove history because happen is happen. Next, it means IR, international relationship, also important thing, right? Why? For the people, passport is small because of IR. Next thing is mean economic business also support IR also, right? So in the last one, you need social also. What is the social movement, something like that. So in the term of this issue, how to make programs strong, I would like to focus in the term of people value. Because of alumni is people, right? People value have to create more and more what kind of the stakeholder want, right? What kind of people value company want, right? So main key point from our program is here. Good people value is mean good alumni. stakeholder want good alumni, right? So next is mean the question I ask graduate school alumni and especially master program alumni, you would like to learn in the term of the current study for international management because I think already what kind of stakeholder want, right? So and combine with the in the first step, I would like to change the name is the current study for entrepreneur, right? But ASE, that's not easy to pronounce, right? So in the last end, I see that the many of students they would like to be ambassador or they work with the company in the term of global company, right? So learn in the term of international management, I think is better. And I am international management really famous in England, UK also. So that's why I merge better in the term of the Korean study for international management and nickname is TASIM, easy to pronunciation, easy than Korean study major, right? TASIM, right? And they put management where the education we know already. Business school also teach management already, right? So I go to meet the dean of business school and to tell the story, and they know already. They see at that time financial really negative, right? So they know. So they taught me any program they put the management, such as the cultural management, very famous in Thai also, and a lot of management. So that's why you can put also. So at that time, I really respect the dean, very sincere thank the dean. They really open the idea and if easy, please plan the program with the management. So after I talk with dean, so I have confidence to create the testing, right, in the end of management. And next we can see the question that's the next slide. Okay. And actually next before please. Okay, we would like to ask more what plan after your graduate, right? So we can see many diplomacy, many academic career, startup, work in the entertainment, academic work, a lot of them, right? So it means we cannot focus for one job or two jobs, right? Because answer a lot, right? But sure, we can see the big part in the term of Korean related industry, in the term of the trade, culture, and diplomacy, right? Another big part is mean academic career. This means we cannot lose academic, learn history, learn social past, learn from Korean study, the organic one we cannot lose because I didn't want to learn. And in the term of the find a job easy, is mean management, we have to combine together. Next, please. Yes. What the subject you want to study after we create the 5 new subject, right? We also ask it. You can see the top really similar, right? Sure, not have a lot of choice. And the answer is a little bit, right? So we can see the top and we can know that, wow, this the direction is okay, is correct, right? So we have to move to next step. And next slide, we can see that the age and salary from them, we can see actually not too high, right? The main key point is the near with the 40,000 peso, right? Start from that, right? So we think the salary from student not too enough for study at the graduate school. So the main point we have to find more scholarship to support the grant to student. It is the main key point also. Next, please. Okay, this the what they want in the term of the do the teasing, right? And next, please. And field work, what you want to study and work, and this the for PhD, right? And the class from PhD really quite different, a little bit different. In the term of PhD, they would like to learn in the term of the deep social movement. What is the social people thinking? They would like to know in the term of the research thing. And what are your plans after graduate? This the main factor for connect alumni and stakeholder, right? So in the end, we have the direction, we have the aim. So summary two things. Direction is mean curriculum. We have the name already casing. So curriculum casing we start last year. Now the second semester we finish soon, and next semester we start on the August, right? This is the third semester of us to innovate the program casing. And we call also the private students who graduate very early also casing member also. And nowadays we call also them is casing family, right? Because we have to say family, right? So in the term of alumni, what is the character of them? I call rose. You can see rose, right? Not rose backing, not rose backing, but rose is mean alumni student have to pick for principles of four are is mean research. If you would like to be academic career, you have to put research, right? And if you don't want to be the good research, you have to know O is mean operate people. Government officer work with the company officer. And S is mean if you would like to well know in the term of the soft power and startup, this is the S. And the last E is mean who would like to be entrepreneur, right? So we have the main key function for create the curriculum and activity. Curriculum not enough, right? Say UP Research Center have a lot of activity. Activity also important thing because outside the box, outside the class, right? So the main core of us really say with the UP. Sometimes we also follow UP. Also, we have to create good activity to make casing family, old alumni and newcomer know each other. This is the key of the connection, right? So my student here is the character of the mascot. We have mascot soon. So in the first time, I just use AI here the rose, but I said, oh sir, not professional, that's not use AI. Right? Wow, student complain to me. Okay, I already follow student as well. So I asked GA to create. So last year they create this. Okay. And next casing, I also asked my Vietnam student, she is the good designer. They create the program. They would like to sure they study here. They know what is program move and what is program history. I also graduate from this program. And the first student who graduate here at first batch also. So I have the energy does not want this program to close, something like that, right? So this student they design from love, right? That's why we call family. Maybe someone call this the fish, right? Say the small bug in Korea, right? But in the end, they are the heart, right? And I have to put some character from Korea, right? In that something like that, say UP, right? So the color is SNU blue and Chulalongkorn using pink, right? So you can see the student, even though students are professional to design, right? So the credit to her, right? Here also, mascot also, next will be the use this logo. So, and very good. And first for my policy to give to the board, who asked me to host in the first time. After I be the director of the program just last 2 years, 2004, I had to present our policy, our program policy. I think the name of policy is 2, 4, 6, 8, and 20 plus. What is meaning? 2 is mean we can simulate 2 entities. One is smarter program, another one is PD to run the program. Knowledge better and financial also better also, right? Because share cost. We reduce the cost not too many but learn together, right? And not open too many but stick what they want to learn, right? And another function is mean on top of the course, we put 2 weekend course, Saturday, say today and Sunday. It means some students who have to do the job on the weekday, they can come to the weekend to study, right? And due to weekend class, not easy to go out to eat, right? So we prefer the coffee and lunch and snack also for students to eat in the class and talk in the class. Sure, the food is good because of the food is energy of human, right? So design the environment for easy to eat and talk and happy together, right? And four, it means we would like to create the in the first four subject now three, right? The subject alumni can come back to study for free because Saturday, right? If alumni would like to talk with the newcomer, they can come and study together. And in the Sunday morning, I open for 150 for anyone can join in the class to talk, to talk the comment, to share the idea, and to know what is the tasting character, something like that. So we open for anyone to study at free also. This is the main for life learning, but you can see now I put it more creative economy. Why I put creative economy? Because in the first time, Chinese company, especially education company, they come to my office and ask, please make an MOU to welcome Chinese people to study at your country because government does not allow at the time to go to Korea to study because of relation. Right. So after this in curriculum, also the 100% pass put the Korean vocab. I thought, sure, we are Korean study, we have to put the vocab in Korean study, right? So that's why I create two more course, creative economy, does not have Korean. But a good time for us, because main key point identity, right? We have to create what is the strong Thai and strong neighbor country, strong ASEAN country. We have to combine together. Because of if we put on top of the Korea, we learn from Korea, this means we can get 100% from Korea. Even though we work hard, maybe top hiring student is 90% or above than less, right? So in the high sports mean that's 100. So creative economy, not put the Korean character is mean we would like to combine the strong part from many countries, many neighbors, and then to create together, such as Thai, this is strong in the term of food, right? Cultural, because we are the center, we receive all of the cultural and revolution, right? So next, curriculum for us now is PhD. You can see PhD main key point is the research. We have four subject research, but we are just two call, two request, and another four is the elective. But the main key point, if someone really know, really have experience about Korea, maybe just as you work with the Korea company, you can transfer your experience for the class also here for one subject, right? So it means you just study at two research class, right? And next is the Korean language. We also teach Korean language also. We really welcome from the Toyota send Korean lecturer to teach math, right? Not have the ABC grade, but everyone before graduate we have to got the topics for not too hard, just the middle. And the core function is the government ask us your program not to welcome many students because education have to speak in the term of quality, right? Government ask us not create a lot of students, but university have to see in the term of financial also. So we have stay in the middle. In the class, in the research subject, and this the share class. So it means master program curriculum same with PhD, but PhD have to speak in the key point from graduate such as the one topic from sport pass, English sport same, and Korean language higher than master program. And another six is mean MOU with the university. We have to MOU together, right? We have to make some connect to after graduate bachelor degree and fast to master program. And X is mean promote in the big country. I go to China already, but now just second. Thank you so much for Director Pan to invite me today because Philippines very big, right? Indonesia also big, right? We would like to go to make friends in the many countries to introduce what is casing and what is Thai also. Thai is not famous, right? Banking of the nation building from Thai is not too small, right? And 20 plus is mean MOU with the many area such as the six university we have partner already in Thailand. They also come already, but MOU not easy because we have to stable the have to sign something like that, but now it's almost it. And we have activity together, and we also have the AKS program. Same here, we have combined this the 5 university member already, and just the one off team. And next, this the my friend ambassador at that time in Thai embassy at Beijing. So she had the one meeting for talk with the education part at the time. And this my aim to MOU in the next company and government sector. This alumni, our alumni, we also have already very famous in the scriptwriter support. Many there such as Netflix, but I cannot tell the detail because of working with Netflix, they have the secret assignment, right? And this person now is white business from Irish University, very big also Thammasat University professor, and yesterday he also got the job from government part already yesterday, and Kevin Gu from Thai Airways. And next, this is the facing band. Just last 4 days, my student create this give to me. We not copy anyone, right? But we really stick in the detail, right? The detail, sure. We can see profession thinking from this designer student. Okay, next. And environment of KSIM. Now we focus in alumni. We would like to support alumni to got the job to support stakeholder to develop our country and their hometown country. And next step, we would like to make KSIM guide to be the academic service to society, and KSIM art research, right? Research also important. We would like to get research hub and KSIM conference, international conference. We will start the first conference next month. You can join everyone. And KSIM journal we start already. Last today we finished volume 1 and we will open for volume 2 next Monday. And this the KSIM talk I thought you already I mentioned yesterday. We have the KSIM talk every Sunday morning. We really welcome from everyone. Limit 5 seats to join together to got the knowledge and talk and give comment. This the social service also to back to society, right? And another way is promote our program also. And we invite really famous people, such as the last Sunday, we invite the head of the department of the OR company. OR company is the part of the oil company, top 5 biggest company in Thailand. And she really succeed in the term of the make the process to invite Police Young and sign already. Police Young will open the shop in Thailand. Very smart people, right? So she would like to teach us the strategy and the idea and what the product will put on the shelf of the Police Young in Thailand, something like that. This learn together, right? And that is it, last Sunday, right? So I also invite the another part. This part comes from the Nation Defense College from Government Thailand, the first batch. I also one member of the first batch. So my friend would like to make connection together, KSIM and many their connection. And this my friend, my same batch, we learn together. In the first batch, we have 150 members. This is the detail. This is the PhD student, be the MC at the day. And after the class, we can see some come from outside. Asia also here. Okay, next. This is the timetable. Now, here, you can see I design timetable for that next 3 years because I also one of alumni, right? I also talk very close with student what they want, right? And you can see the selective class we change every semester not same, right? So it means student can learn the new, but also they will connect together. And for the language we also serve in the afternoon and the night time. And casing talk here, we don't put the name, we put the casing talk. In the first time, we put casing coffee talk, just drink coffee and talk, be relaxed, right? But nowadays, casing rose talk because we aim very clear already. And we also have the weekend class to subject also because we have to prepare for SNU professor, Korean professor, come to teach us, right? To subject per semester, right? I don't put here because of the PhD student not required to study, right? Okay, this is the very clear timetable. And next is mean year timetable, our activity, the timeline, such as the January, right? We promote our journal and TV exam, week 2 and outing. Outing we go to the Pattaya last time and we prepare for alumni to join with us. We prepare everything. Alumni just pay the hotel fee and I think we cover for alumni because we would like to welcome alumni to talk with the newcomer, right? I really surprised last outing. Just my student call to their friend alumni. Just one call. Indonesia alumni come to Thailand to join this, right? We can see that. And next, this casing guide, I also be column it because I have to make the client first, and after that, another student or member would like to do the same. We have to subject the knowledge to social part, right? Same with stream guide, we have to subject the food menu to social part, right? Or food product. And next is made casing R. We also have some private sector part come to us and they would like to ask me our program to research together the good research for serve the service, right? So in the term of what they want to know, they would like to invest the restaurant more, something like that. And this the next month international conference. Sure, we are the case in Korean study for international management, but the main key point, we not only submit the article in the journal only Korean study, but we welcome both Korean study people and management people together. Management people is mean do in the journal outside Korea also fine. After they meet together, after they talk, and next day they go to signing together such as Pattaya, India, Pattaya. So they will have the coffee, they give the opinion. I think it's good for invite many people come here to got the new idea together, right? And this is the timeline. And who join in this conference can postpone, can select some article to fact check to our basic journal this timeline. And this is the first volume. Last yesterday we use that online public, right? This is the article 5 article for one volume. And the conclusion, just the picture from the what we doing activity. This is the owner, the president of the energy company in Thailand, big company also come to teach us. And one idea, the sentence, another idea is from this president is not kill your idea. Your idea is good. Please follow up and really cheer up all students a lot. You can see maybe just 20% Thai student, more than 80 foreigner. This is our activity. We go together. If Asia this year, Asia also present, we also go to cheer up and sightseeing and each lunch together, seafood, something like that. And some of the directors, such as the KCC, Korean Cultural Center, also teach our students, and director of the KTO also come to teach our students. Very good support from government, right? This at that time is number 2 of KTO, right? Also come to Thailand and teach our students, and we also very close with alumni. And this outing, right? This is the Indonesia phase. After she called to him and buy the ticket and come here. Okay. But the main key point at the time, he thought the most happy moment in his life is me the period they study together with friends in Chulalongkorn University. And next is the our outing. You can see the t-shirt. This my TA designed good t-shirt by myself, and you can see this the Korean culture, right? In this something bad in but we post together after the this the activity in Asian talk. Artist to come and join with us. And this Songkran Festival in Thailand. Actually, I not hear this, but I received message from our student. Teacher, tomorrow please prepare your chair for festival. Colorful, please. I just follow them. So it's been now activity in my program created by student and invites me. I think this is perfect for run the program and our staff. You can see staff very close with student because staff is the when I meet her in my first batch in school life, I also meet her already. So we come from same batch, actually staff and student at the time. Staff is the main key for function. This the last TV is in family. We got the reward from university. Now we some such a book. We got the score from OKR. We got the score in the term of the ranking. So we now we top 5 already. So in the first last 4 years, we negative, right? But now we a little bit strong, but we cannot tell we success, but we find how to be successful. So this scholarship, I think scholarship, the main key function to support. Actually, we have a lot of scholarship, but does not have enough students to submit. Is the main key point. So that's why I'm glad to come here. Very happy to come here to invite students to apply the Chulalongkorn scholarship. The main key point is you just pay around 20 and 30 tuition, and I think they cover already ticket or salary or so the main key point of conclusion. Next slide, please. Conclusion is alumni, right? It's the during yesterday I joined with the symposium. I received 2 messages from our alumni. One is his team is the ambassador. Now yesterday he got the job already to be the government officer with the part of the international affair. Because of my is the last passport is with the ambassador work with the passport, right? Another student, he got the career in private university, Singapore University in Bangkok near the Grammy company. He got the professorship career from the faculty of creative industry, right? So we can see that even though we teach Korean study, but in real, they have the dream. Students have to keep up what they want to learn, right? What your dream job, and then we create the class. So also our casing program class, even though 15 weeks, same week, many countries, but 15 weeks, we combine more than 10 lecturer and professor to teach each other, right? Professional from many parts to teach each other. So it's good for students to make the connection with the guest speaker, but that's not good for students because learn many things also. So I receive both of comment, some negative or positive also, but we have to be the middle, right? So this is the main key point we run the program for alumni. And would like to thank you for.
Alright.
Long breath.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. So there's a lot to learn particularly with how their program balanced industry and academic needs in order to address sustainability issues. And actually, quite interesting, they really made a community out of the scholars that they created. Thank you very much for that presentation. So I think we have some time for a few questions. Does anyone in the audience have a question? Um, do we have any questions? All right, I have a question.
Please.
So actually, I'm handling the ASEAN Studies program in UP Open University, and I'm also having quite some sustainability issues there, but different experience. In our program, high entry, but when the students realize, because there's still no appreciation, when the students realize that it's very academic, very rigorous. A lot of them dropped out of the program because their interest was really, oh, it's very light. Like, I enjoy traveling, I enjoy eating food from other culture. And when they realize it's such a difficult program, a lot of them step back. So how do you think you're able to sustain interest of student while they're inside already the program?
Okay, thank you so much. Very good question. I think the one keyword for this answer is in connection. The connection of people also important thing, guest speaker and the stakeholder have to join with us to teach what they want, right? So that's why 15 weeks we invite more than 10. So it means a lot of people sometimes students doesn't want this game, but want another game, right? So we cannot prepare for most of them for one student, right? So this is the connection in the term of speaker. After we decided, it means among 15K or more than 10K, they love someone, right? And then after they love someone, they feel happy, right? So after they happy, their parent is good activity in the classroom. You can see that the also student introvert person. Actually, our alumni and me also we really introvert. We don't want to talk, something like that. So we have to connect the what they want. After they connect and then they talk more. After they talk more, they share the comment from their country because more than 60-70% our student is the foreigner, right? So on top our country, we have the identity from us, right? They have the strong points, good thing from many countries. So after they share their opinion, we know more. After that, we make the connect connection between among students, right? So pretty sure that in Leo, we cannot move together to restaurant. They have the code friend, this group, this group, this group, and something together. And we can see that some of my students who work in the weekday, in the first semester, they does not want to join in the Sunday class. But nowadays, she is the main key for the Sunday class because they connect with the another friend, another idea. So from her comment, she loves to come even though Saturday. So it's the main call from us to make the connection what they want to study. And actually, I also lazy student when I study. I also love to sightseeing. For me, I got the knowledge when I can connect everything outside classroom. So I know this part of student who does not learn from the book, right? Because we are research, we have to publish the book. We know the book process. More than 1 year, we send to the editor and to the time reviewer, and the knowledge is passed away already, right? So activity outside the classroom I think most important. So we would like to increase more and more. Thanks to guest speaker from Olive Young and OR company. After they teach me up, they learn our student and they talk to me. Please bring student go to their company to sightseeing. This is the main key point for us to go to outside. If I can do, I would like to do the 20% in the class and more than that's outside.
So that's very important insight as well. So of course, that being that the learning, it's really not just isolated in the four walls of the classroom, but also creating experiences outside it for students to really connect and relate their lessons. And at the same time, I realized that the students that we have, they're really important for the networking of the program itself. So they're the ones who also look for other students, creating that community, thus and investing time to create that community among your students in the program. Thus, it's an investment for the program also. Yeah. So do we have any other questions to the floor? Any additional sharing, insights?
Yes, please.
All right. If not, yes, there are yes.
Thank you very much, Sanjay. I can also see how active KSIM is also doing, and we can also see something in common in Southeast Asia, including us in the Philippines, that like sometimes we are on a survival mode because, like you mentioned, Korean culture is spreading so fast, and its fame is really um, um, unavoidable in our region. But sometimes it's really all about sustainability, how to sustain the program. But since you are also running PhD program, I believe their product is dissertation, right? But since you changed the direction to include international management, does it mean PhD dissertation is more of business, entrepreneurship, and business? And do you have less of other disciplines, such as previously some students might have been interested in humanities or social sciences? Because this could be pros and cons, right? Because we really value ACAD industry partnerships, but if industry partnerships are being so emphasized, the academe is also being criticized, which is also happening in the Philippines right now. So, what do you think about this balancing ACAD industry partnership? And then, what is the proportion of different topics of your PhD students?
Wow, very good question and very good suggestion also. I also agree with you. So that's why we would like to create alumni for LOSE, right? LOSE, so for not care in the term of the economic path or private sector path. LOSE would like to do research in the term of deep research, right? So R is mean research, stick in the research, not serve the service in the private sector. Okay, so we not put students to know deep research or could organize, operate, or soft power or entrepreneur, right? So we split student for the four type of student. But in real, we can see that we have to create student to serve the private sector in real, right? So actually, private sector have to give scholarship to university in real because most of the major big part we create student to serve the private sector and social. And after private sector subject, they return back to the term of tax. If country not corruption, I think it's still the cycle to develop and develop and so far, right? Because of GDP also important thing. So we have to create balance in the term of the research serve the private sector. Big part also actually for my age, the first step, very big part because of the we would like to ask private sector to know now we produce students to serve you also and government also and especially Korea also because of I believe in Professor Kim Chong who here the consultant policy in the first down, right? The main key point from consultant policy is being exchange ASEAN and Korea. And the main key point is the Korean faith. Also, Korean faith really success more than 20 years in ASEAN country, but nowadays Korean faith the big believer is being anti Korean faith already. So, how to remove anti-Korean wave from Kimon voices are kept in the southern policy is mean two ways, Korean way, right? We not one way to keep the content, but we would like to respect the culture and release two ways. That's why China cannot ban the Korean content because on top the Thailand member they combine Indonesian member, Thailand visa member because it is the follow two ways Korean way. The scary movie we know that Thai also famous in the term of scary they make subject song together something like that. So in the term of academic, we are two ways also. We have to mix private sector and social part, and we have to mix Korean idea and our country identity. We know that in Thai, boy love really famous, right? And even though I'm state people, but I would like to support we love BL. And we also invite voices from Waseda who really famous in the term of research BL, boy love, really know really deep more than Thai people. And this the strongest of Thai. So we have to support more BL. And after that, we can see maybe Korean can follow Thai BL. Maybe they can use BL IP business to produce in the term of the Korean content studio, something like that, right? So we have to combine each other. But for we some people, we cannot hurry to see the result. We have to follow this step, right? So at the first time, I think we have to serve private sector first because we just the Korean study, right? We not the global study, something like that. We have to serve that first. And the main point is the Korean firm not investment the money to Thai. So we have to create the new area, what Thai store. Now we know BL also store. Thai entertainment a little bit come because we follow Korean content. Another thing I think Thai really strong, we can see that the food sector really strong in Thai, but we cannot earn money a lot from food sector. Right? Who earn a lot of food sector is mean Starbucks is the top rank every year. Another nine is mean junk food, McDonald's, blah 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 blah. It means they got the media already, they got the platform already. Starbucks is not food, but they sell the platform, right? And we know that Starbucks, they sell the main product is coffee. We can see that how to get the good coffee. You have to use science to detect the some good thing from cocoa or coffee. Our country does not have this enough, right? So we have to work with Korea. So for our program, we not follow Korea, but we already create work with Korean company, something like that. Work with Korean company is mean governance, Korean governance of Korean private sector. Governance work really slow actually. Even though Korean people money, but private sector they know future because they are the professional from their sector. We can see, and my research also, my research showed that Kim Dae-jung is the first draft from Korean development. But if we go in deep, no, Kim Dae-jung not the number one. Actually, the CJ company, they buy the stock from the work from USA. Actually, private sector really well know about what is the future. So that's why I'm really sorry to connect. I have to follow the private sector first, and another step go to the government sector.
I think also if you think about it in a way, that private sector industry interest is a very important foundation for forwarding that scholarship, and at the same time, I'm getting this messaging that eventually, as the scholarship matures, you will go towards those deeper themes, right? So more deeper themes on Korean studies as soon as the scholarship industry grounding, but moving towards very deeper academic. And at the same time, I learned another thing, very important to emerge like ownership as well of Korean studies among the Thai. So there's the ownership of that Korean studies. It is Korean studies, but it will be a different image of Korean studies as it interacts with Thai culture. And at the same time, there might be a different image of that here in the Philippines, and Korean studies interact. action. So what will that look like across? So what is, in a sense, it gives that excitement. What does Korean studies look like across the different countries where it is being implemented?
Yes, they solve the issue, and we can learn that if you learn Korean study, in Korean is good, Korean environment, right? So the main question is why foreigners have to go to Thailand to learn Korean study in Thailand, right? So they go because we have the good thing, good idea with our Korea, right? So same here in Philippines, we can see a lot of good identity Korean doesn't have. So I think, but we cannot suggest Korean government, but in real, we can see same two ways, Korean way we have to share. Korean study also, I think use the term from Korean government to share with Philippines, to share more knowledge, and to share with the many countries suitable for Korean study. If we follow most of the Korean study in the mainland Korea, I think it's just 100. Yeah, but if come here and follow what scholar research, I think it's more than 100.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, my question is, I'm actually fascinated that you still stay connected with your alumni or graduates of the Korean Studies in Chulalongkorn. Yeah, my question is, usually when people take Korean Studies, as a fourth or a degree, aside from the fascination to learn Korean culture, religion, or anything that has to do with Korean studies, they also have the practical aspect, like having a job, like a question like what can I do with a Korean studies degree or the learning that I got from Korean studies. So how do you actually navigate the practical aspect of utilizing a Korean studies degree? Like to get a certain job. Like aside from being part of academy, what are the jobs that we can actually explore using a Korean studies degree? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I'm strong hearing you. Okay, in the term of we have to do more connect with the learning part, right? So that's why change the name, not Korean study anymore, but Korean study for international management. And the faculty from this gateway ceremony, students have to change the color of gown also, not the own pink, nowadays soft pink, something like that. So silk. University also know it to indicate the knowledge, right? That's why this year they changed the name from category school to the interdisciplinary and integrated study, right? So actually education part, they also know this also. And that's why our Korean study, actually from the Peninsula, we combine 5 faculty, but in Lyon, from the past, we teach stick only social sector. Okay, so people value, people thinking, consumer behavior, blah blah blah. We not connect to the management. So today we integrate each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So it's really important to recognize as well the interdisciplinarity of these kinds of studies because that's in our case as well. Our students are able to contextualize. Even if, okay, it's ASEAN studies, it's very academic sounding. They explain when we reach out to them later on, they are able to use it, for example, in relationships with regard to business, for example, they're in business, creating relationships, they're the ones with the networking. They're in charge of networking because they understand different, especially ASEAN related networking. So they're being assigned those kinds of job. And then there are those who are being assigned, for example, in terms of business and contextualizing policy, ASEAN level policy, and how is it implemented or these kinds of harmonization. The scholars once they gain a deep understanding of that field that they are in, they are also able to determine how it becomes applicable to the different fields because the nature is it's interdisciplinary. Okay, so I guess with that, do we have any other questions? And if none, thank you very much for this very wonderful and insightful talk. At this point, I think we're going to present a certificate. So I would just like to call in front, or please stay here so that we can present you with your certificate and token. So, here's. Let me read the citation. So. Alright, this certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to Kamon Butsaban for being a keynote speaker of the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium with a presentation entitled Building Sustainable Korean Studies in Thailand, Insights from Chulalongkorn University, given today, 9th of May 2026 at the Pilar Herrera Lecture Hall, University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City, signed Hyun Min Bae, PhD Director, Career Research Center of the University of the Philippines.
Take one. Take one.
And we would also like to issue our certificate of appreciation to Lorena Saludades for being a moderator of the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium, given today, 9th of May, 2026, at the Pilar Herrera Lecture Hall, University of the Philippines, Diliman, Quezon City.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to session 7 of the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium. This session is about diaspora in Eurasia. So we're going to have two online presenters. They will be presenting their papers online. So the first presenter will discuss historical and identity characteristics of Korean diaspora, literature in Russia as unification and multicultural literature, focusing on the Sakhalin literature work, When I Become the Sea. The second one is about language, gender, and ethnic identity among children of Russian-speaking marriage migrants in South Korea. So the first presenter is Heran Kim from HSE University, Russian State University for the Humanities.
Hello, my name is Kim Heran. I teach Korean and Korean study at High School of Economics and Russian University for Humanities. I'm very happy and delighted to have the opportunity to give my presentation at University Philippines. The topic of my presentation today is the historical and identity characteristic of Korean diaspora literature in Russia, its unification and multicultural literature, focusing on Sakhalin literature work when I become the sea. Multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multilingual global cities have emerged due to the movement of modern global capital, labor, and technology, and free international migration through networks is giving rise to a new concept of diaspora. In modern sense, diaspora can be defined as a concept encompassing international migration, includes migrant works, ethnic community, cultural difference, and identity. In classical sense, it has the meaning of the ethnic dispersion and national separation. Etymologically, diaspora is a compound word of dia, as barrier to soul, and meaning of people scattered across borders. The purpose of my presentation is examining the possibility of local research as unified and multicultural education. This is on the classical and modern concept of diaspora. The Korean diaspora began with the migration of Koreans to the Russian Far East in 1860s. The works of poets, novelists, and playwrights were published in the page of the Korean newspaper Songbong, which was founded in Vladivostok on March 1st, 1923. Approximately 4,400 Sakhalin Koreans have permanently returned to South Korea and are living in Oyo village in Ansan, Gangneung province. They have been moved from a life served for forced conscription to Sakhalin to new settlement and are living as multicultural citizens of South Korea. In other words, they are forming a new diaspora and multiculturalism, creating new cultural transformation. I believe that Sakhalin literature, overcoming borders, we serve as part of multicultural literary education, they will be able to find common basis in life of Koreans who have been separated for a long time. And in the future, as part of a unifying literary education, that will be able to find the common basis in the life of Sakhalin Koreans who migrated from Russia to North and South Korea. The Korea diaspora literary When I Become the Sea by Victoria Choi, a current permanent resident of Korea and third generation Sakhalin, contain the family history of a generation of Sakhalin compatriots from 1830 to 2022, as well as the history of Korea, Japan, Russia by era. Koreans who were taken to Sakhalin coal mines by the Japanese for forced labor. Grandparents who were among the Koreans who were drafted and died longing for their homeland for a long time without knowing Russian. The story of comfort, the reason why Sakhalin Koreans were ruled by Soviet Union again as the Japanese defeat in 1945. Why they remained stateless and then acquire Soviet citizenship. The visit of Koreans to Sakhalin right after the 1988 Olympics. The search for separated family among Sakhalin and South North Korea. The naturalization of Korean compatriots to Korea. All these are stories of the family love. It contains the heart of love, wanting to return to hometown for following the sea by cremated one's body after death and scattered ashes under the sea. Ritually is product of thought and consciousness, and therefore ever equal exchange between people, nation, and the world. As community with shared historical destiny, diaspora literature created in Russian Central Asia can further expand the possibility for the South and North Korea to become unification literature. Especially in countries such as Central Asia and Russia, where communication have been cut out due to the political and historical circumstance. Cultural transformation of Korean diaspora literature written in local language can create the understanding and sympathy between the two countries. In addition, cultural translation that informed about the inheritance of Korean culture's tradition and understanding of the local culture in Russia and Central Asia is believed to narrow the cultural gap between Korea and Russia. The wide historical experiences and sympathy of modern and contemporary Koreans can allow Korean literature to occupy a special position in the world. The symphony Sakhalin was attributed by the island by the Mongols in the 30th centuries, meaning rope handling the Black River. Indigenous Ainu language, island of bridges. In Japanese, Karakuruki. Russian Constitution, the majority of Sakhalin population accounting for nearly 80% of the total. The largest ethnic minority on Sakhalin is Koreans, comprising 12% of the population. Following Japanese defeat in the First World War in 1945, the Japanese repatriation only Japanese citizens and indigenous Ainu people of Sakhalin, abandoning those the Korean descendants who were taken to coal to Sakhalin coal mines by the Japanese forced labor. Approximately 30,000 Koreans remain in Sakhalin Oblast, almost residing in Yuzhno Sakhalin. Korean diaspora literature writer Victoria Choi introduced the cultural representation of the Korean locality in Sakhalin through her family history spanning for generations and maintain Korean identity even in difficult times, while introduced Korean traditional culture and custom in detail to Russian readers. Victoria Choi majored in economics, not literature. She began writing short story while working as custom agents at the Sakhalin office. She revealed that her short story, The Road to Grandmother, was published in the Sakhalin Korean newspaper Segoria Shimun, and that this led her to decide to write a book about the Sakhalin Koreans. This is a creative novel based on the world history dealing with the pain, suffering, and love of Koreans. Born in the Soviet Union, Guinea experienced the collapse of the Soviet Union and destroyed with her family as she grows up. In the process, she learned about the history of Sakhalin Koreans and realized that her life and the fate of her ancestors are inextricably linked. The novel wins the Sakhalin Literary Award in Russia and the Far East Armenian Literature Award for long novels. The novel is composed of 5 parts, and each part connects the story of 4 generations of Korean family and bases historical facts conveying the harmonious relationship between the thought, feeling, lifestyle, and long-standing interest of Sakhalin Koreans. With the words of perestroika, Leah's life undergoes a transformation. Her growth unfolds against a backdrop of sweeping national change. From childhood, Leah comes to understand why Confucianism values a family above all else, and realizes her inseparable connection to her ancestors. Much like almost a century prior, she once again experienced the tragedy of separated Sakhalin Korean family. Ultimately, she finally uncovered while her grandparents wished to have their ashes scattered in the sea. The 13 years old ethnic Korean girl, Kim Rea, who is residing in Vladimirovka, is a honor student attending a Soviet middle school. At school, Ria visited her grandparents. On the bus, returning home from her grandparents' home, Russian female passengers make derogatory remarks about ethnic Korean to her. As child, Ria took adult behavior for granted, but as she grows older, she began to wonder about the reason behind such attitudes. Ria's mother was reluctant to discuss the history of ethnic Korean settling in Sakhalin, asking her daughter not to dwell on the past. This is on my analysis. The protagonist's name, Ria, belongs from the last two syllables of the words Korea, Area in Russian Korea, Area, a deliberate choice for character's name. I think the name refers to both North and South Korea. The second section, titled Karakulto, in Japanese meaning Sakhalin, recounts the experiences of ethnic Koreans living in administrative district of Toyohara City during the 1940s, alongside the story of Japanese defeat in the World War II. This section of the novel portrays the life of the first generation of Koreans, Ria's grandparents in Karakulto, illustrating their suffering and fame, their efforts to maintain their Korean cultural heritage and identity as ethnic Koreans, and their yearning to return to their homeland. The third section, King Youth, is set in 1983 in Soviet Union, in Yuzhno-Sahalinsk and Siberia. This section effectively illustrates the struggles young ethnic Koreans in Russia face regarding identity preservation and equal ethnic marriages. Traditionally, Koreans have custom of marriage within their own ethnic group. Ria experienced psychological unease and confused about the maintaining her identity, amidst various conflict with her family, her boyfriends of difficult nationality, and herself as her grapple with whether to break or unfold this tradition. Her first section, Town Family, is set again the backdrop of the perestroika in 1990. A television in Yuzhno-Sahalinsk video conference between Korea and Sakhalin was held to facilitate the reunion of separated families among the North, South Korea, and Sakhalin. The fifth section, titled Grandmother, is set in the city, South Korea, in 2008. Its part delves into the experience of the family separation that the first generation Sakhalin Koreans and their direct descendants face once again, as only the first generation are eligible for repatriation to South Korea. One day, Ria's granddaughter is born in Russia. Same day, the grandmother passed away in nursery home in Korea. Following the Sakhalin Korean tradition, her grandmother's cremated ashes are scattered at the sea. After 1 year, the entire Ria's family gathers in Korea. They celebrated Ria's granddaughter's first birthday on Janchi, and a few days later, they reformed an ancestor's memorial rites by the sea. The grandmother's lifetime longing to return to her homeland finally sees her feet touch native soil, but in accordance with the Korean tradition, she is cremated and her ashes are scattered at sea. This section beautifully illustrates the continuation of traditional Korean cultural elements such as first birthday celebration, funeral, and weddings. Victoria Choi's novel, When I Become the Sea, is written in unique and beautiful style, showing the Russian readers the world of the Korean ethnic community that not well known, including family, Roman tradition, language, and psychology. This novel, translated into Korean by me, can be introduced not only Korean reader, but also to the Korean diaspora round of the world, narrowing the long distance and broadening our understanding of the history of the Korean naturalization in Korea, their identity, and the life of the Korean diaspora. Victoria has opened the door to unique Korean culture and ethnic style for many, especially to the unknown world of Sakhalin, a historical Russian and Japanese territory. Victoria Choice has expressed this Korean cultural world delicately and poetically, as well as honestly and vividly. She has also delicately connected the story of four generations of Korean family and tried to convey their thought and feeling as well as a harmonious relationship between their lifestyle and long-standing customs. Above all, the story of Korean family living away from their hometown and the roots is very subjective in their pain and suffering, as well as their desire to preserve their tradition and identity, resonate with readers all nationality. This is one of the greatest flaws of the novel. In other words, it conveys the wide thought that help people understand each other and uncover difficult times together by breaking stereotypes across geographical, cultural, and temporal boundaries. This work is not simple special story of the former Soviet Union, but novel that connects the past and present of the life of their descendants from 1840 to present 2025. And thus, it is work that created a link in this connection. Its significance is great. I would like to suggest that we should expand the K contents of borderless K Korean literature behind the limitation of Korean Arab literature, become the source of the new Korean wave, thereby opening up the possibility of new genre. In borderless digital environment, Korea literature as transnationalism should move forward as world literature, diaspora multicultural literature, and Eurasia literature. And there should be continuous efforts and discussion to solidify its position. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Nina and Sunny. So if you have questions, please save it for a while because we're going to listen to another presentation from Natalia Yep from Al-Farabi Kazakh National University.
Good day, and thank you for the opportunity to present my work. This paper focused on multicultural families in South Korea and more specifically on how children of married migrants develop a sense of belonging in family life. Over the past 2 decades, international marriage have become a stable part of South Korea's demographic structure and an important focus of both policy and research. As a result, multicultural families have become a key site for studying integration, social reproductions, and intergenerational change. In this field, children of marriage migrants have received growing attention, especially in relation to education, identity, and social integration. Language plays a central role in these discussions, and it's often seen as a key indicator of integration and ethnic identity. This view is based on a simple idea that better Korean language skills lead to successful integration and stable belonging. However, this idea becomes problematic when we look at empirical cases. Even in families with similar structural conditions, children develop very different trajectories of belonging. Some are fully embedded in Korean-speaking environment, while others show more complex or unstable forms of attachment. These differences cannot be explained by language proficiency alone. This leads to a central question. If language is not a reliable predictor, how is belonging actually produced in family life? This paper addresses this question by shifting the analytical focus from language as an indicator to language as a regulated practice in family interaction. Rather than seeing language as a measurable outcomes, such as proficiency, use, or loss, I treat it as a domain of decision-making and everyday practice. This shift makes it possible to examine not only what languages children speak, but also how language use is actively organized in the family, how it changes over time, and how children respond to these practices. Let me now briefly explain the empirical basis of this study and the analytical approach. The analysis is based on qualitative biographical interviews with post-Soviet marriage migrant women in South Korea. The dataset includes 10 cases, 5 of which are longitudinal, combining interview conducted in 2013 with follow-up interviews in 2025 and 2026. This longitudinal design is central to the analysis. It allows us to trace how initial conditions, maternal expectations, and language practices change over more than a decade and how early decisions affect later outcomes. Participants were recruited using pool positive and snowball sampling, sought personal, academic, and community networks. They come from post-Soviet contexts, including Russia, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan, and have long-term residence in South Korea. I focus on post-Soviet migrants not because they are seen as fundamentally different, but because they allow me to observe variations across family trajectories. This helps me examine belonging outside standard frameworks, centered only on structural disadvantages or linguistic deficits. Interviews were conducted in Russian and lasted between about 16 and 2 hours. They focused on migration trajectories, marriage formation, everyday family practices, language used in the household, and mothers' perceptions of their children's belonging. All interviews were recorded and transcribed. The analysis combines cross-case comparison with case-oriented interpretation. At the first stage, all 10 cases were analyzed using thematic coding, focusing on pattern of language use, maternal strategies, and children roles in family and social contexts. At the second stage, for the purpose of this paper, I used a focused analytical strategy by selecting two contrasting cases. These cases are not intended to be representative. Instead, they are selected to isolate the mechanism under study. By comparing cases that differ in the logic of language regulation, one formed mainly by structural constraints and the other by deliberated maternal strategy. The analysis show how different configurations lead to outcomes that are not fully controllable. This approach follows a qualitative analytical logic aimed at identifying mechanisms rather than producing generalizable findings. In this framework, language is understood as a regulated practice built around three interrelated elements. First, maternal decision making. Mothers actively organize language use by prioritizing, restricting, or excluding particular linguistic practices in response to their own experience and expectations. Second, children's response. Children do not passively reproduce these strategies, but engage selectively, which introduce variation in outcomes. Third, time. Language practices are format sequences of decisions over time, and early configuration often constrain later possibilities. Together, these elements form a mechanism through which belonging is produced as an ongoing, non-linear process. The first case illustrates how language regulation emerges under conditions of structural constraints. Mirella migrated from Uzbekistan with higher education and prior professional experience. Upon arrival in South Korea, however, her everyday life was structured by sole residence in her husband's extended family. This environment was organized hierarchically, and her position in it was defined by both gender and limited language ability. Her limited proficiency in Korean significantly restricted her communication and autonomy. As she recalled, she was unable to perform even basic tasks independently, stating that she couldn't even explain simple things. This experience reflects not only a barrier, but a broader condition of dependency in family structure. In this context, Korean became a dominant language of interaction, while Russian was progressively excluded from communication with her children. Importantly, this was not a deliberate decision. Instead, it was a situational adjustment to the linguistic norm of the household and to Mirella's constrained position in it. Language use in this period can therefore be understood as externally regulated by structural conditions rather than internally driven by maternal strategy. A significant shift occurred when Mirella moved out of the extended household. This transition altered her position in the family and enabled greater autonomy in organizing everyday practices. In this new context, she began to reintroduce Russian in communication with her children, both through direct interaction and through participation in Russian-speaking social networks, including church community. However, this reintroduction didn't lead to stable bilingual practices. Also, children developed partial comprehension and occasional use. Russian didn't become a consistently used language in everyday interaction. Its presence remained fragmented and context-dependent. This outcome highlights the layered nature over time of language practices. Earlier, limits didn't simply disappear, but continued to shape later possibilities. The reintroduction of Russian didn't reverse earlier pattern, but operated under limits established during the initial phase. Mireille's case thus demonstrates that language regulation is contingent, path-dependent, and only partially controllable. It shows how structural constraint can initiate the process that later attempt at reorganization cannot fully reverse. Look at the second case. The second case presents a contrasting configuration in which language regulation takes the form of a deliberate strategy. Irina migrated from Russia after more than 20 years of life and professional experience in Moscow. In contrast to Mirella, her early experience in South Korea were not structured by extended family so resident, but were still marked by strong linguistic dependency. Despite having basic communicative ability, she experienced significant limitation in expressing complex thoughts and leading with difficult or emotional situations. She describes these conditions as a loss of autonomy, stating that she could speak but couldn't say anything serious, and that she was like a child. This experience played a central role in shaping her later approach to language. Over time, as her career improved, so everyday interaction, especially through school-related networks, she was able to reposition herself within both family and institutional context. However, instead of changing her approach to language, this experience strengthened her view of language as necessary for independence. Drawing directly on her own experience, Irina adopted a deliberate and consistent strategy of excluding Russian from everyday communication with her children. As she explains, only Korean. They don't feel what I felt. Korean was therefore framed not simply as the dominant language, but as a protective strategy for her children's future. This strategy was implemented consistently from an early stage. Communication in the household was conducted exclusively in Korean, and no systematic effort was made to keep Russian. Unlike in Mirella's case, where language use shifted gradually, here exclusion was established early and maintained over time. In the short term, the strategy appeared successful. The children were fully part of Korean-speaking environments, showed strong language skills, and didn't experience the limitation that shapes their mother's early years. However, over time, Elena began to rethink the decision, reflecting on its longer-term consequences. She links the lack of Russian in her children's lives to her earlier choice, stating that they don't know Russian at all. That's my fault. Attempts to reintroduce Russian at a later stage were largely unsuccessful. The language remained limited and didn't become a functional resource. This case illustrates the temporal asymmetry of language evolution. Early exclusion creates conditions that constrain later possibilities, even when maternal intention change. It shows that deliberate strategies, no less than structurally imposed ones, produce outcomes that are not fully controllable. The comparison of these two cases allows us to move beyond individual trajectories and to specify the mechanisms that show how language specifies the mechanisms that show how language operates in multicultural family. Three analytical points can be seen from this comparison. First, language regulation may take fundamentally different form. Look at this. In Mirella case, it appears as a response to structural constraints, particularly those linked to hierarchical family organization and limited communicative autonomy. In Elena case, by contrast, language regulation is a deliberated and future-oriented strategy based on maternal experience. However, and this is crucial, this different logic don't result in different level of control over outcomes. In both cases, maternal intentions, whether formed under constraints or by strategic decisions, don't translate into stable linguistic practices or predictable trajectories of belonging. This suggests that language cannot be understood as a domain fully controlled by parental agency. Second, the temporal dimension is central to understanding the process. In Mirella's case, early restriction of Russian within the extended family continues to affect later possibilities, limiting the effectiveness of later attempts at reintroduction. In Elena case, early exclusion creates a different but equally constraining effect, making later recovery of the language difficult or impossible. This indicates that language practices are path-dependent. However, they are not cumulative in a straightforward sense. Instead, they create conditions that influence future trajectories without fully determining them. This temporal asymmetry is particularly important. It shows that early decisions, whether imposed or intentional, have long-term consequences that are not easily reversible. Third, children responses play a key role in mediating this process. In both cases, children don't passively reproduce maternal strategies. Instead, they engage selectively with the linguistic environment structured around them. This selective engagement explains why similar strategies may lead to different outcomes and why language don't function as a reliable predictor of belonging. Taken together, this observation challenge approaches that see language as an independent variable linked directly to integration or identity. While previous research has demonstrated correlations between linguistic competence and institutional incorporation, the cases presented here show that such correlation don't explain how belonging is produced in the family. Language doesn't operate as a stable resource with predictable effect. Instead, it functions as a domain of practice within relational and temporal dynamics. At the same time, this analysis extends existing scholarship on marriage migration and gendered family practices. While it's well established that migrant mothers actively organize family life under conditions of constraint, the cases discussed here demonstrate that maternal agency alone doesn't determine outcomes. Instead, outcomes result from the interaction between maternal strategies, children responses, and changing family conditions over time. Finally, this finding contribute to theoretical discussions of belonging. While processual approaches have conceptualized belonging as relational and dynamic, they often remain at a high level of abstraction. The analysis presented here specifies the mechanism that show how belonging is produced in the family, showing how it develops in everyday interaction, structured by language practices. To conclude, this paper argues that language should be understood not as an indicator of integration or ethnic identity, but as a regulated practice in family interaction. By shifting the focus in this way, we can explain variation in children's trajectories of belonging that cannot be explained by structural factors or language skills alone. The analysis shows that language used in the family is actively organized by mothers' decisions. But this practice don't produce stable or predictable outcomes. Children engage with these practices selectively, and the responses introduce variation that cannot be reduced to parents' intentions. At the same time, the time dimension plays a key role. Language practices develop thought sequences of decisions over time and early configurations, especially in early childhood, shape later possibilities in ways that are not easily reversed. Taken together, this finding challenge simple models that link language proficiency directly to integration and belonging. Instead, they suggest that language operates as a domain of practice in which belonging is continuously negotiated and reconfigured in the family. The paper makes two main contributions. First, it presents language as a relational and time-based practice rather than as a measurable factor. Second, it identifies intra-family interaction as a key place for understanding how belonging is produced and explain variation across families with similar structural conditions. Finally, the findings suggest a broader implication for how identify is understood. Instead of seeing ethnic identity as the starting point, this analysis shows that it should be understood as an outcome of ongoing processes. Identity doesn't come directly from language skills or cultural transmission, but from the organization of everyday life in the family, where language is one of the central, but not the only domains in which belonging is produced. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very glad to be here with you.
Again, let's give a round of applause to two presenters for this session. So both papers speak to a shared issue. Korean identity is no longer confined to the Korean Peninsula, the Korean language, or a single national narrative. It goes beyond. The first paper examines historical diaspora communities and their literary memory, while the second looks at contemporary migrant families and children's everyday identity formation. So together, they invited us to rethink the concept of Koreanness as something shaped by migration, language, memory, gender, education, and multicultural encounters. So now we are actually joined by the presenters. I believe we have Dr. Im in our Zoom. And if you have questions, you can start asking.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yang, for that fascinating presentation. I also do research on transnational families, multicultural families, so this is really an insightful work. So I have a few questions. So first is, because you only presented two cases, right? The two cases, so I was wondering, because you mentioned these are Russian-speaking marriage migrants. So I was wondering that whether in your sample you have the Koryo-san as well, or are all these Koryo-san, or do you have other, non-Korean, non-ethnic Korean Russian speaking migrants in your sample? So second is you also talked about language as relational, and you also talked about how language regulation is a constraint versus a strategy employed by your interlocutors. So I was wondering, because language in itself is a locus of power, right? I mean, language is very much, dealing as well with power relations. So I was wondering if within the family, right, when you talk about strategy versus constraint, if, if this is also involving power relations within the family, and I'm talking about, and I'm assuming, right, their Korean husbands and the wife. So that is the second question. Sorry, my third question, because you only focus on the family, but you also talked about the children, right? Children's sense of belonging. So I was wondering if you also took into consideration that, a lot of these multicultural children, right? Children of marriage migrants, they also experience discrimination and bullying in schools. So I was wondering if this is also part of the strategy employed by the marriage migrants in terms of language learning. Thank you.
Right, Dr. Yang.
Hey, good day, everybody. Thank you for having me today. I'm very sorry for my language because it is not my native language. I'm so hesitate to speak very quickly. As I understand, thank you very much for your questions. It's very important topic for me. As I understand your three questions, I will try to explain very shortly. First of all, my all database related with all the Russian-speaking women who are married to the South Korean men. But especially for me, it is most interesting topic related with Koryo-Saram women. So because of that, I have some point what I discussed, especially related with them. In that 10 cases that I investigate for these topics, I'm still working on it because it is only the one point of this other points that I worked now. And Coriosarum, it is one of the much wide results what I get from all my database. Especially for this two case, one ladies is ethnic Koreans like Koryosaram, and more than 20 women in of 54 other women who are participates in my research. It's related with Koryosaram identity from Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Russia. So for the second question that you asked me, as I understand, I'm not clearly understand, to be honest, it is related with language. I tried to explain very difficult situation, especially with Russian language, because Russian language, it is one of the points that never discussed in intermarriage related researchers. That's why my woman with whom I discussed about their family life, all of them just opened some new points related with how it is possible to get identity for children through the language. There are two questions what I discussed about children and mothers. Because of all of children's not spoke, not they don't know Russian language as they know their mothers. That's why my interview it was possible only discussed with mothers, because communication with children it was a bit difficult. Because of that, language I studied language and how they produced, how they introduced it, how they save Russian language in their everyday family life. I'm just put results through the mothers. If I'm not answered, just you can clarify one more time, and I will try to explain more this situation. And the third question that you answered me about schooling practice, there is the same situation, because most of my mothers explain the situation related with children, how they attend to the school practice and how they build a communication with the other children. There are lots of different situations that I can't discuss now because I'm not really sure what does it mean. It will be next step in my research, but the only one point what I clarify and I can say now absolutely true, that all of my women lived in South Korea most than 20 years, but most of them just introduced 10 or 12 years ago. There was different situation because there are not so many multicultural children in school. So that's why at the first step of their children's practice in school, there was really some difficult situation where children have problem in the school. But at the last time, most of my mothers just translate everything became better, because children can introduce, okay, my mother is foreigner, my mother is Russian, I know Russian too, and I'm from Kazakhstan or Russia, for example. That's why it is new point what I'm going to research in the future, and maybe it will be much more interesting in the future. So I hope I answered for your question. Thank you very much for interesting to my topic. It's very, very nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
We still have questions from the audience. Any question? I have one question, Dr. Yim. I wasn't able to catch, maybe you were able to discuss this, but your study emphasizes the role of mothers as cultural brokers, but how do children themselves actively accept or resist or reinterpret the identities being passed on to them? Is it actually included in your study?
Yes, I try to understand what does it mean for all of them to be in identity relation. I asked first mother, and of course I'm trying to communicate with children, but in my opinion, most of them think about themselves as I'm Hanguk Saram. I'm only Korean. There are no exclusion. I'm not Koryo Saram. My mother, she know Russian. She is from Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan. I know my grandmother, grandfather, but what is related with me, I'm only Hanguk Saram.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Yes, Dr. Beck.
안녕하세요, 선생님. 감사합니다. I'm also curious about if there's any power relations in these two cases, because you mentioned some structural differences. For instance, the case one was the husband's family in-laws were quite strong to, I don't know if this is the right word, but demand or to insist using Korean language as a everyday family language. So if when it comes to these two cases you introduced, if there was any power relations, and also I'm quite sure these Korean Saram mothers are also involved in some multicultural activities outside the family, because it's also institutional in any part of Korea. So were there any interaction or external factors that mother's decision was made by external or institutional factors?
Thank you for very much for your questions. It's also related with Koryo Saram mother, right? As I understand. In my opinion, there are some topic what I would like to explain about my respondents. They are try to save Russian language for children, first of all, to communicate with them, but they have lots of pain about how they will be live in the future and communicate. That's why there are different case related with how they're going to build this relationship. For example, for Mirella, she is trying to communicate with children, but there are two part of their family life. First of all, the time where she live with extended family. In that period, they cannot translate Russian language to their children. But after that, Mirella strategically produced, promote Russian language for their children. And as I can see, both of daughters of Mirella, they understand Russian language, but they prefer communicate only in Korean. It is what I would like to explain about that. And the second time, what I practice show about practices, it is about the second point that I would like to say mothers try to control all the communication children in the school and to produce language in family life and outside. I'm very sorry because maybe I'm not clearly understand your language and about multicultural relationship our mothers. Most of them try to communicate not only with Korean society. Most of them try to build their social communication with Russian-speaking society, including Russian church. So that's why there are a bit multicultural practices that it's still related with Russian language. Could you clarify your question if I didn't answer it to you?
I think you were able to answer the question clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Another question? Yes.
네, 안녕하세요, 교수님. My name is Camille, and I want to thank you for presenting your research on multicultural families. It's one of the subjects I'm also interested in, being a Filipino and there being a community of Kopino. So that's Korean and Filipino children. So maybe in multicultural families, they have a similar experience as well. So I have a question. You did answer earlier that mostly you interviewed families with Russian-speaking women who are married to Korean men. So I wanted to ask, in any of the cases in your study, you only presented two, if any of those families adopted a bilingual strategy of the 1P1L, the one parent, one language strategy. Did anybody adopt that? That's my first question. And my second is, how involved did you see the Korean fathers are in bringing up their children's bilingualism? Because you mentioned a lot of the Korean Russian children see themselves as Hanuksan. So I wonder if maybe the Korean fathers had an influence in their family dynamics. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I didn't expect lots of questions from you. I try to understand, okay? Okay, about language strategy, right? Okay, I will start from second question about the fathers. Most of fathers, what I can see observing my family life, most of them don't communicate with during the interview. Of course, I'm trying to invite them, but all of them say, no, okay, it's not interesting for me. She will be answered for you what you want, and so on. But when we discussed about how fathers involved in the children education in school and family, and especially in language, there are a bit different situation because sometimes fathers try to control most of the everyday life, but it's not so much as I expected. But most of the children problems, it is responsibility from mothers. But I just put some questions when I try to try to understand what is responsibility fathers and what is responsibility mothers in order to be with children. And father's part, it is not only financial support for children. It is related with how fathers produced Korean society, Korean cultural, in order to, for example, Chuseok or Solnal in that period. And one point what I observed in my family, fathers actively participate in the free time, Chumal Mada, for example, they are going to outside and spend very good time with children. That's why for fathers, father involved in education and in education children not in school but related with cultural to be feeling how to be in Korean society, in Korean family, in Korean fathers and mothers. It is my feeling what I can see, but especially to produce related how fathers participate in family life. I can't say. Most of children love fathers very much. They know sometimes that father is the best, father number one in the family, but there are not so many connection with them related with education, especially with language. But one practice what I saw, some families have some rules. For example, as woman told me, in our family we have rules. For example, mothers talk with children in Russian. Fathers talk with children in Korean. When father and mother communicate together, they try to use English. Sometimes in children in front of them, they try to use Korean language. It is very interesting different language strategy in the families, but there are different situation in everyday life, especially for most of them. For example, one woman have different strategy. She just going to save Russian, even if children don't like it. For other women, there are strategy to save children in order to be for them to be ready for communication, and she ready to forget about the native Russian language in order to save her child for the future. And the one point, there are different situation. I know one question, one case in my studies related with women who used and who get for family not Korean and not Russian. They are started to produce to save English in the family life. And there are different mother strategy how to save and how to build ethnic identity for their children in the future. There are lots of different points, different examples, and I will be very glad to share some results in my research to maybe compare with your research who will be interested in the future. I'm open for that. Thank you very much for question.
All right, thank you very much. Do we still have questions from the audience? Okay, going once, twice. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. M, for your generosity in answering the questions. Before we end, I'd like to ask you if you have some closing insights to share with us.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. I didn't realize that it's a very high level conference and very interesting. I really it was my dream to get your university, to get your country, and I hope for the future I will be possible to visit your university, especially your Korean Studies Center. And thank you very much for having me for very interesting question. I didn't expect. It's really it's new for me, and I really open for all of them. Now it is very good time for me because I'm stay in Seoul National University. There are lots of opportunity to discuss and publish. And now this research, it's very important, very interesting, not only for post-Soviet countries, but also in Korea, and of course for most of academic researchers who are related with these topics. I'm really open it for all of us, and you know how to find me. Thank you very much and good luck for all of you for your research and your center. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan, and we look forward to seeing you here in the Philippines in the future. Please stay for a moment. We are going to have our photo opportunity.
Everyone, can we come up to the stage, please? Let's take a photo with the topic. Let's wait for everyone to gather off the stage. Thank you so much, Mr. Ali, for your time. Hello, Manila.
So some of us, can you listen, and some of us, don't.
Oh, you can be upstairs. Upstairs. Kasi may stairs. Yes. Don't be shy.
Closer, come closer.
So while everyone is gathering, we would like to issue our virtual certificates of appreciation to Tianan Kim and Fabian for being the presenters for today's Philippine Korean Studies Symposium given today virtually. And we'll also issue our certificate for Mark Isla for being our moderator this morning. Okay.
One, two, three. One more, one, two, three. It's four.
Photo op is done. Thank you so much. 감사합니다, 선생님.
Thank you very much. Good luck, everybody. Bye.
Careful. Okay, now that the morning sessions are done, we can now proceed to our lunchtime. As usual, kindly receive your lunch box in the front of the
for their skills and versatility. Some achieved notable careers abroad, such as Jose Liborno Ibarra, the poet there, who became a prominent retired band conductor and composer in Peru. Filipino jazz bands and orchestra also performed in major Asian cities like Shanghai, while others contributed to, for example, in British Malaya, the recordings of Nyonya music, this art music, the Malay and the mixed with Chinese influence and versatility. Some achieved notable careers abroad. In mid-1950s, Philippine bands were traveling and performing almost across Asia. The most popular destinations were Hong Kong and Japan, where the pay was better. During the time, Korea was not a popular destination, as the country was still recovering from the ravages of the Korean War. In the 1960s to the 1980s, South Korea experienced rapid economic growth that transformed Seoul into a major industrial and urban center. Alongside this expansion, the hospitality and hotel also grew, particularly in hotels, clubs, and expatriate venues. Yes. By the late 1970s and 1980s, Filipino musicians had become a visual presence in Seoul's luxury hotels and entertainment venues. Their versatility in performing Western repertoire, particularly rock, pop, and contemporary dance music, made them especially appealing to expatriate and urban audiences. In the process, they also helped familiarize Korean listeners with global popular music styles within the country's rapid modernizing entertainment scene. And then a major cultural moment. In July 1978, during the Seoul International Song Festival, Haji Alejandro, popular Filipino singer, won top prize performing Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika, composed by the National Artist for Music by Kay. The event increased the visibility of Filipino musical talents among Korean audiences, and this was seen live in the whole Korea. And later it was also shown in Philippine television. This further established Korea as a promising destination for Filipino performers seeking overseas tour. In 1979, when the last song Anak also became a major hit in South Korea and remains one of the most recognizable foreign songs in the country. Its popularity demonstrated the growing openness of Korean audiences to Filipino and other popular music genres. Okay. Also, at the same time, in the 1980s, the Philippines experienced severe economic instability, marked by inflation, unemployment, and political unrest. Across many sectors, including the performing arts, workers faced training opportunities and economic uncertainty. Overseas employment therefore became an increasingly important means of livelihood for many Filipinos, including musicians. Okay. Also, in the same time, South Korea experienced rapid industrial and economic growth, with major expansion in manufacturing, electronics, tourism, and the service sector. A key moment was the 1988 Seoul Olympics, which accelerated the internationalization of Seoul as expanded its hospitality and entertainment industries. There are many musicians who also told me, well, I didn't interview. During the time, hotels were very being built just for the Olympics, or to accommodate the influx of tourists who could come. Now, how do you have Filipinos going to South Korea at the time? Are there what systems involved in the government control? There is. Okay, there is an old system in the Philippines. We call it nombrahan. This is a hiring system for Filipino musicians developed through both formal and informal networks, including agencies, venue-based recruitment, and overseas contracts to hotels, clubs, and entertainment cities. Now, what does nombrahan mean? First, nombrahan refers to the informal practice of booking musicians for parties, wedding, private events, and other performances. This started from the local market until it also evolved into the so-called international agencies. Now, it is derived from the Spanish word lograr, meaning to designate or to call. And I have to call your attention that a lot of visitors in Filipino or in Tagalog are originated in Spanish, like Nado, the best, and Nombrar, or Nombrar is one of them. So it is also proved that this system could be practiced during the Spanish time. Now, the person securing performance deals with clients and handling the booking and also payments for musician or non-product. And then one important passage, Filipino agents eventually played a key role in shaping overseas employment streams by breaking engagement with current parties South Korea. Many of the doors also began as rank and file musicians who learned the trade through lived experience, some even rising to considerable wealth and influence within this important group. Others have even established their own entertainment agency from local. They went into the international booking, including South Korea. With arrangement, earnings were often structured through system of commissions or cuts, where agents, contractors, and intermediaries received commission salaries. While the system facilitated wider access to overseas work, it also reflected the uneven power relations embedded in migrant labor arrangements within the entertainment industry. Okay, there's another system which is very unique. This is called Palenque. And Palenque is located in the section of Avenida and corner of the Hong Street. What is it? It's basically a market where you can, when you are searching for talent, you go to the Palenque on the start of the week to hire musicians with their jobs. This is a unique practice only found in the Philippines. Many musicians who went to work abroad, practice, went to the ballet to get their contracts outside. Now, as overseas deployment expanded, musicians also became vulnerable to illegal recruitment, exploitative contracts, irresponsibility of people implemented strictly and accreditation procedure. One important measure was the that's my picture. Artist card or the yellow card system, which required performers to undergo auditions and verification before being allowed. I don't even understand this because I was labeled as musicians also became the POA has this a lot of systems which are sometimes a bit of being useless. So they changed the system again, and they changed this, they call it the ARB, the Artist Record Book, which also it became useless. And people abuse it for the amount of exploitation and even what they call it, nagayan and more about it. Next, please. Okay. One side, musicians in South Korea were usually provided with round-trip airline tickets, accommodation with allowance, 1 day off per week, and possibilities for contract renewal. During the late 1980s and the 1990s, musicians working in South Korea often earned salaries paid in US dollars. This is actually what US dollar converted in what, and then Filipino musicians, they convert musicians in the back when I say back to the families. Airline tickets, accommodation with allowance. Okay, just to give you an idea of how attractive it was at the time, you have on this side is set up. For example, you have a group, violins, flutist, or a quartet, whatever. Each person receives 4,500 pesos per month. Now, that is in Manila. The equivalent pay in South Korea is 500 US dollar, and you see the exchange rate at the time is approximately 24.55. You see how big it is, how the salary is much more attractive to go overseas or in South Korea. So many Filipinos find South Korean experience as attractive. Okay, let's discuss real life. First, let's go to language. Once you're there, what do you encounter? In discussing the daily life of and work of Filipino musicians in Korea, one of the earliest challenges they encountered was the language barrier. Many arrived with little or no knowledge of Korean language, making even simple daily interactions initially difficult. Yet, this, of course, we have to remember that English is not so much used in Korea at the time. Yet, this better obstacle gradually became an unexpected advantage. Out of necessity, many musicians learned to communicate with locals through basic Korean expressions, gestures, and everyday conversation. As communication slowly developed, it became easier for them to build friendship and social connection within their communities and workplaces. Some Korean students and young professionals even approach Filipino musicians in hope of learning or improving their English. In this way, language became more than a practical tool for everyday life. It also became an important gateway for cultural exchange and deeper human relationships. I have stories of Korean families inviting Filipino musicians for afternoons now, and even for dinner, so they can communicate very well in English. Now, language. Language also shaped the experience of Filipino musicians in Korea. Those hired by native hotels were often accommodated within the hotel itself, which provided convenience, security, and easier access to their workplaces. However, life within hotel environment could also feel socially confined, limiting their interaction with ordinary Korean society outside the entertainment circuit. Others, however, were built in apartments, boarding houses, or small inns located within the residential neighborhoods. Many musicians later recalled that these legal arrangements allowed them to develop closer contact with local communities and everyday life. Regular interaction with neighbors, shopkeepers, restaurant owners, and local residents, they the Korean culture. Costumes, hospitality, and above all, also food. In this sense, living outside the insulated world of hotels enabled many Filipino musicians to experience Korea not simply as a workplace, but a lived cultural environment. At the same time, many Filipino performers reported generally positive treatment from Korean employers and audience and the public alike. They were often regarded with admiration and respect for the musical skill and profession. And issues of racial tension certainly are isolated cases. Okay, while many studies of Filipino migration emphasize issues of exploitation, vulnerability, and difficult working conditions, these are all topics which are sometimes overexposed. This research also encountered narratives that highlight more positive and transformative experiences among musicians abroad. One interview also performed classical guitar in an Italian restaurant at Hotel Intercontinental in Seoul, later pursued training in lutherie with his earning, and eventually became one of the country's leading violin instrument repair specialists. He's the one on the top, holding a violin. Another, a pianist, built a life South Korea, after marrying a Korean spouse and raising a family in Seoul. This traced the long-term personal relationships formed through performance work. In another case, a former band leader based in Busan eventually migrated to the United States and became a band master for a Philippine American show band in California. A violinist who worked for 2 years also in the Intercon, later transitioned into music education, becoming a teacher at an international school in Metro Manila, where many of her students were children of Korean expats. Her experience in Korea allowed her to effectively use her language skills and cultural familiarity in her teaching practice. These narratives demonstrates that alongside structural challenges, migration also opens pathways for professional growth, cultural exchange, and the long-term career development for some Filipino musicians. Yes. Conclusion. In conclusion, the experience of Filipino musicians in South Korea reflects broader histories of migration, labor, and cultural exchange. Beyond entertainment, Filipino performers contributed to the development of Korean popular music culture during a crucial period of modernization by introducing global styles such as pop, rock, jazz, and disco. that later became part of the foundation of the modern Korean pop. How the Korean turned it into a global phenomenon, and how they somehow left us wondering. That is another research. The experience of these musicians reveal not only the realities of migrant labor, but also stories of adaptation, professional growth, the cultural connection. More than entertainers, Filipino musicians became important cultural intermediaries within the larger history of the Filipino diaspora and transnational popular culture. This is the end of my paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibu, for that fascinating presentation on the Filipino diaspora, particularly very less known subset of the migrant population, which are creative workers or musicians, right? The creative labor, and he also looked at, of course, the challenges as well as the success stories of these Filipino musicians in South Korea during the 1980s and the 1990s. So next we move to our second presenter, Mr. Fahad Manan Lulu, who is joining us in person. And the presentation is titled As a Muslim is Their Home Chip for Me, Uncovering the Lives of Native Muslim in South Korea. Manan Lulu, is joining us in person. And the presentation is titled As a Muslim is Their Home
I
Chip
hope
for
that
Me,
you still have energy
Uncovering
to
the Lives of
listen
Native
to my
Muslim in
presentation.
South
Don't worry, it
Korea.
will be very short. Um, I'd like to start my constructive by discussing about first the backstory or the reason or the motivation why I actually started writing about the concept of Islam or Muslim, particularly in some Asian countries like China, Japan, and now to South Korea. Because every time I visit the country China in different areas of Japan, I always feel alienated and there's always a feeling of being an outsider. Number one, because not all Chinese are actually not all Chinese are actually familiar with the concept of Islam or the existence of living being a Muslim. That's why I began asking questions. Do the same experience, do this kind of experience are also being experienced in countries like South Korea or maybe in Japan? That's why I started writing or discussing or navigating the research about Muslims living in South Korea, China, and Japan. But before that, I'm actually teaching Philippine indigenous and Indo to ASEAN in School of Arts and Sciences in Philippine University. So allow me first to start with the most important concept in my paper. The first one is the concept of home. I know that home is a very important concept, especially when you're trying to talk about migration and cultural discussion. Home is more than just a physical place where people live. While house provides shelter and safety, it only becomes a home through the memories, routines, and experiences people create within it. Particularly when we talk about the native Korean Muslim in South Korea. Home is also personal and emotional space where people can feel comfortable, secure, and free themselves to become who they wanted to be. However, it's not always a perfect scenario, or especially when you're practicing Islam or when you are a Muslim in Asia. And as it can also be involved like stress, responsibilities, conflicts, and making more complex as a part of everyday life. It also highlights on how home shapes a person's identity and a sense of belonging. Home can extend beyond a single house to include a hometown, community, or a country in the context of South Korea that connects people to shared culture, traditions, language, and history. Relationship with the family and and community members strengthen this feeling of acceptance and belonging. And it also shows that home is a combination of a place, emotions, and social connections, especially in a certain foreign land like China, Japan, and in this context, South Korea. The next one we're going to talk about is the Korean Muslims in South Korea. Islam has long been often overlooked history on Korean Peninsula that dates back more than 1,000 years. During the Unified Silla and Goryeo periods, Arab and Persian traders traveled to Korea to the Silk Road, similar in the context of Southeast Asia, with some eventually settling permanently. Clans such as Yuksujang clan and Yongyu Sol clan traced their ancestry to Muslim immigrants from Central Asia, showing that Islamic influence was once connected to Korean nobility and society, similar in the context of China, where there is also a strong connection with Sultanate of Sulu and Islam, just to give a context and a clearer example. The modern revival of Islam in Korea began after Korean War, when Turkish soldiers and imams is a high priest or an Islamic entity or Muslim. Um, Turkish soldiers and imams introduced the faith to local Koreans. The Muslim community later expanded during the Middle East boom, which means that most of the workers actually go to Middle East for employment, similar when they go to Japan and US. So before there was a trend of going migration for employment in areas like Middle East. When Korean workers returned from countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, as a practicing Muslim because they started already integrating the religion when they were working in Middle East. Today, native Korean Muslims form a small but active minority that balances Korean traditions with Islamic beliefs. The community reflects a unique blend and a cultural identity of religious faith, proving that being Korean and Muslim can coexist harmoniously. Next. Yeah, South Korea is recognized for its ethnic and cultural homogeneity, which present challenges for religious minorities like the native Korean Muslims. This population navigates a bicultural identity because they are also Korean, but at the same time, they are practicing an Islamic faith. Merging Islamic practices with traditional Korean values amid a predominant non-Muslim society. Challenges include societal perceptions of Islam as a foreign, something that I also experience every time I visit in countries like China. The study also explores the concept of home or jib in the context of South Korea. Among these individuals, emphasizing relational and emotional dimension that transcend mere physical location. Through qualitative methods, it also analyzes their family dynamics, community involvement, and lived experiences that highlight the evolving notions of acceptance and identity in the face of a strong cultural uniformity in the context of South Korea. Yeah, can we move to the result? Yeah. So allow me to go directly to the result and discussion. The first one is the spatial and relational domains of acceptance and belonging, which has been a challenge for native Korean Muslims in South Korea. The findings reveal that acceptance for native Korean Muslims is negotiated to specific spatial and relational domains, where physical and communal resources play a key role in fostering belonging. For example, the Seoul Central Mosque in Itaewon served not only as a religious site, um, but also a protective space for communal identity and expression. Countering societal challenges as anti-Muslim sentiment because there was a trend before because of terrorism, like a lot of people were afraid of people practicing Islam, which are foundational to mitigating external prejudice, ultimately influencing individuals' confidence in a broader societal interaction. In fact, one of the things that I've noticed is that they can only practice Islam on their private moments, like for example inside their home or inside their room, because of they are afraid of judgments coming from other Koreans who are not familiar with the concept of Islam. Yeah. So negotiation and integration of bicultural identity. So framework is a key to understanding the psychological outcomes of native Korean Muslim managing dual identities. A major finding indicates that the feeling of home depends on the perceived compatibility between their Islamic identity and Korean heritage. Successful integration of Islamic practices with Korean values fosters psychological well-being. However, external societal pressures can lead to integration conflicts, causing like stress or paranoia for Muslim who are actually native Muslim Korean who are actually practicing Islam. Next. Yeah, I actually discussed story. Next one. So I want you to focus on one of the articles that I actually found in Al Jazeera. So Umar, the boy in the photo, is part of a new wave of young Korean Muslims who are trying to spread, which actually I got from that article in Al Jazeera, who are trying to spread awareness on Islam in South Korea through social media. He promotes Muslim-friendly restaurants in Seoul in collaboration with Seoul Tourism Organization as part of the video series called From Kebab to Kebab on YouTube. He studies Arabic and Islamic studies in Saudi Arabia. On the other hand, Ola Borason, the female on the photo, is a Korean Muslim who converted in 2007, the year of Korean hostage crisis in Afghanistan, a turning point for Korean Muslim relations. According heard, some people would yell at me and tell me to go back to my country, while others would say that I have a bump in my jacket, she says in the article in Al Jazeera. For them, being a foreigner who is Muslim is acceptable, but not a Korean Muslim. Most Koreans have stereotypical images of Islam that is wrongly portrayed in Korean media, says Borer, who struggled to find accurate online information on Islam in Korean when she initially converted. She now works as the Seoul Mosque and gives lectures every day to many South Korean Christians and others who want to know about Islam. She tries to answer all their questions to avoid any misunderstanding. According to her, I was once a non-Muslim and I understand their misconceptions, which is why I want to give them all the information they need to understand what Islam really is. And according to her, Islam is a religion of peace and respect. Native Korean Muslims primarily feel at home when they successfully achieve bicultural identity integration. The intrinsic feeling of being at home is realized when the individual perceives their Islamic identity and their Korean cultural heritage as compatible. Compatibility with the Korean identity or culture with the religion that they are practicing between two identities fosters and contributes directly to a stronger sense of belonging. To my conclusion, the paper challenges the perception of native Korean Muslims as a passive minority, emphasizing that belonging in South Korea is actively achieved rather than inherently given. So they need to work hard for that a lot of Korean to understand what Islam is, what does Korean Muslims is all about. Um, that highlights the struggle of social integrations against a backdrop of unique uniformity and Islam perceived as something foreign or something different or an outsider perspective. A key finding of redefinition of the Korean concept or jeep or home by the Muslim into dynamic construct encompassing spiritual, emotional, and relational dimensions facilitated with the concept of home. This transformation is necessary for negotiating identities, especially when we talk about the native Korean Muslims who are actually living in South Korea. It also goes with other Asian people practicing Islam, particularly in countries, not just in South Korea, but in China and Japan. And that's all. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liu, for that really important presentation. So yeah, this is actually a very much best looked at population of ethnic Koreans
who are actually Muslims. So in a so-called mono-ethnic country such as South Korea, right? When we talk about multicultural policies, multiculturalism, unfortunately, these kinds of, ethnic minorities who practice a different religion are still not yet looked into. So our third presenter is not online. Okay, so that means we only have two presenters for this session, so may I ask both of them to kindly sit up front. Okay. Okay. Hello. Go address it now.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we would like, since we don't have our third presenter, we would like to go moving into the question and answer portion. We have any.
Thank you for interesting presentation. Uh, when I was 5, I remember the TV show. At that time, TV show host introducing very famous singers by like this. 이제 막 동남아 순회 공연을 하고 돌아온 이런 식으로 소개를 했거든요. Like that means that means that means they just came back from performing in several South Asian countries like that. So, but so every children in the school, we enjoy use their words. Like when I introduced my friends at that time, 동남아를 순회국이라고 방금 보라고 like that. So later I started wondering if some of those performances might have been connected to place where U.S. Army bases were located. While doing more research, have you come across any stories or episodes related to U.S. military bases and entertainment performance?
I actually there is one or many. For example, during the Korean War, uh, Filipino entertainers are actually they are brought to the bases in Japan. And in the 1950s, famous actor Rogelio De La Rosa even went to Korea to entertain the UN forces in Seoul. There is a story I think I was somehow I had it out there. It's the military areas usually in near Seoul. Sometimes the story is many Filipino tells me that somehow you don't talk about it so much. Like if you are in Seoul and you don't need to talk with people about if there's a problem. You don't need to mix with the politics of the place. As for the US bases there, Filipinos are also performing there in many areas.
We have another question from the audience. Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon po. Again, I just want to thank as part of the audience for presenting your researches po for us, like with regards to the musicians, the Pinoy musicians po. I've met a few Pinoy musicians who work abroad, and the funny thing, I went to Thailand and I was on a boat ferry and the performers were Filipino. But I was surprised because we weren't performing Thai songs, they were. But because the people on the boat were mostly Koreans, surprisingly, they sang Korean songs. So it was very interesting to see na currently marami pa rin mga Pinoy musicians that are based everywhere. So I don't really have a specific question, but mostly I just want to hear sir's opinion, or have you heard of mga Filipino musicians currently in the K-pop industry? I feel like the music industry is evolving now.
You mean Filipinos doing K-pop? You mean there?
Yes.
There are some actually underground musicians, like we call it, not really, not the sense of underground, but they are not in the, what you call it, in the public eye, like the one, like big names in Korea. Of course, what do we do now? Before they were the ones copying us, now we're copying them. This is that thing. And they were able to, Koreans, they were able to put a unique Koreanness in the music. And we are being left behind about it. There is no more Filipinismo in our music sometimes. Sometimes we're afraid to experiment on our own. Like, for example, why don't we put some ethnic, or not even ethnic, that means Mindanao sounds there, yeah, or even Maranao sounds, or even like this. And look at the beat of the Koreans, the way they move in the dances. These are their dances, actually. You can see the dances in their pop music. You can see their culture in their music. In the Filipinos, we don't experiment so much, although there are Filipino now trying their best. But the first thing you have to remember is if you have that kind of things to show, it's the people who has to first, what you call it, like it or follow it. Kumbaga sa libro, you have to have a Tagalog novel that Filipinos will read, or Filipino, and what happened if you don't read it? You don't get published outside the country. Same thing with music.
Thank you, sir. I have another question for our other speaker naman po. So, it's funny how we're talking about ethnic Koreans and ethnic Korean Muslims specifically, because they appear in my TikTok. So I see the stories of a lot of converts recently. There's like a female YouTuber na Koreana na she was just interested in learning about Islam, and she converted. That was recently na. And now she's spreading being an ethnic Korean and being Muslim in her own native country. So I just want to hear what other stories that you could share with us of those people that maybe that we could, as part of the community, maybe what can we do also to help them as well?
Based on my experience, is that usually when you talk about like the concept of Islam, I'm not sure it's not part of their vocabulary, or they're not exposed about it, or they're not familiar. I'm actually so confused also why the concept of Islam for being Muslim is so foreign for East Asian people, not just the Korean, but Chinese and Japanese, even though there are Muslims living in those areas. So I assume maybe because if you try to look at their history, some of them are actually well connected with Islamic identity. Like for example, in the context of the Philippines and China, we have the Sultanate of Sulu and the dynasty in China, for example. So um, it's more of like hesitation, but they have no problem of practicing Islam. But there is an hesitation to actually express it publicly, which I understand because it comes from a lot of narrative. Because there was a time where people are so afraid of people who are practicing Islam, like wearing a burqa, for example, because it's associated with terrorism. That's why if you notice, in one of the articles she mentioned that she was actually teased, like maybe you're carrying a bomb. Um, which in my experience also, in the past, when I attend conferences, for example, at the height, this was like when I was an undergrad, okay? So at the height of terrorism, we were seated in one table, and no one wanted to sit with us because we were thought to be a terrorist because simply because we are Muslim. Luckily, we have like other who seated with us, like the Vietnamese. That's why I like Vietnamese because they are very understanding and considerate. I'm still navigating what is the reason why it's too foreign for East Asian, the concept of Islam and Muslim, which I'm trying to include, and I hope you pray for me.
Do we have any other questions?
For the second presenter, I'm just quite interested that you mentioned that this is a study you've conducted not only with regard to Korean context, but other East Asian contexts as well. I'm quite curious as to what you saw to be differences, and at the same time, what were the difference makers? So I'm interested in the case-to-case analysis, comparison of that.
Okay, I can only speak for Korea and China because I've never visited yet Japan. I hope if I have money, I can visit Japan. So I think there's no much difference because East Asian react the same way when they actually hear Islam or Muslim people. They contrary to other response, like for example, when an American or an European encounter Muslim, they have hesitation, like they are afraid. But when it comes to East Asian, they are clueless. Like, what is Islam? Something like that. So they were not discriminating. They were not afraid. It's just that they are clueless. Like they don't have an idea about Islam or being Muslim. But I'm not saying that all Koreans or Chinese are not familiar. But in my experience, they are clueless or not familiar. So I was assuming they were not discriminated because they hated Islam or Muslim, but because there is lacking in terms of understanding and exposure or awareness. And I also notice in China, they don't practice much in the context of China. They don't practice religion. The same thing with other East Asian countries.
Do you have any other questions? Yeah.
Thank you so much for two of you for presentation. And then the first question is for both of you because I think both presentations, although the papers today and yesterday, everything is in making, but I think we can also be clearer how you really collect the data because like you mentioned your own lived experiences and your own some encounters with some individuals. I think there should be something more if you say the some data, some narratives are collected. So maybe each of us can share with us. And if data collection is not really done yet, maybe you can also share the plan for to develop this presentation. And then for you, I'm thinking the mapping geography should be very important because you are just focusing on 1980s to 90s. This is quite different from like 2000s, even 2026 right now. So if you really want to focus on 1980s and 90s, there should be so many different entertainment districts, hotels, cruise in Korea, South Korea. So if you haven't really tapped those parts of the history, I think that should be quite interesting. And then for Sir Lulu, I think what you are really uncovering the lives of native Muslim in South Korea, and then the concept of home is still missing. So you just showed us the two photographs of Korean Muslims, and is the girl's name Bora or something? She's quite famous these days, like Camille just mentioned, they're quite active on social media, which means they have agency and they don't really, they're not really marginalized, and they don't hide away, but they really practice Muslim, and then they usually call the assembly of other Koreans. So I think you can see how, based on your lived experiences, you said there are so many prejudice, like stereotypes, and then they're still hiding away. But I think when you are more discreet about the data, there should be real narratives, right? Because if you also encounter the authentic Korean materials and Korean research articles, there are quite a lot of scholars who already studied about growing Muslim population, and then how this interracial marriage with Muslim migrants, with Korean ladies or Korean men, really made this conversion open and positive. So maybe Lorena also mentioned the case-to-case analysis. So maybe if you also share the plan, or how you also plan to develop this from now on, will be quite interesting. Thank you.
As to my data, I have about three papers I read written by Koreans. And it actually, the problem is it's more centered on the negative things. I don't, it's all about women being exploited in Korea. We all already that. We already know that. I will also write it. I want to discuss it here, but it will take long. I only have about how many minutes? And another thing, if you will keep on, there are other data, like what I presented, the positive things that happen to the people or to the Filipino musicians. I think that is very important. Because the problem right now, if you say, as belonging to that kind of sector, right away, if your overseas Philippine performers, or they're always a point of negativity given that, even though you are a graduate of conservatory, even though you have a doctorate or whatever, it always boils down to the things that you are an overseas Filipino workers and very able, therefore you are open to exploitation. That's one. As for the other data, I also interviewed about a couple of friends and those in the academy who also have written papers like this.
Yeah, thank you so much for highlighting that in our paper. Something that we need to look for to look into in terms of improving the paper method, which I think is needed for scholarly production of knowledge. I'm not sure. So, but I'm actually willing to adapt everything that you actually mentioned. One particular thing also that actually puzzled me is the same observation. Like we have Bora, for example, who are actually expressing herself in social media, like telling her journey about Islam. But I also wonder when I try to interview like other Korean Muslims, they will also have hesitations. So that also becomes like a blank space on my paper. Why is it there's a particular case like Bora where actually expressing her journey and the teachings of Islam. But at the same time, there are also other Koreans who are actually hesitant. The second thing also is that my paper started trying to test the argument that I actually created when I was traveling in Southeast Asian countries, like particularly China. So I was, because I have a feeling of being foreign or outside. So I was writing down on my notebook, that's the concept of being foreign or being outsider also applies in other East Asian countries like South Korea, or I hope in the future Japan. That's why that's the data, that's how I navigated the data. And from that data, I started looking articles, particularly the articles that I used in this presentation, the articles in Al Jazeera, where we try to navigate the context of Muslim, the native Muslim Korean in South Korea, and try to explore the journey and try to connect it with the hypotheses and arguments that I actually stated. I hope that's enough, guys. I'm trying to explore, but I'm not yet expert in navigating Islam in East Asia.
Thank you. Just a follow-up, because methodology was mentioned, right? And also and because probably these two, works are still very much in progress. So in relation to that, I would like to ask your positionality, right? Because I think if you're doing research, you have to have a certain objectivity. And if you are doing some research which, is related to your own experiences, your lived experiences, right? Or your own, let's say, values, etc. Researchers have this thing called positionality. So it really would be helpful to indicate who you are, why you are doing this research, your position, right? To achieve a certain objective. And also I would like to ask Mr. Ymo as well. There's a lot of work, actually not really a lot, but then you have work done on creative labor. They call it this Filipina scholar called it creative labor, looking at musicians, right? Who actually work overseas. So I think it would be good if you could actually refer to that. And another question for Mr. Limon is that you mentioned that um the Filipino musicians in South Korea, and you actually look at this particular period, like 1980s to 1990s, also somehow contributed to probably Korean music, right? Korean pop. And it's also, I think, the same in Hong Kong. It's the same in Okinawa in Japan. I actually did research on that. Okinawan rock is actually, um, you know, influenced by Filipino musicians. So I was wondering how. Okay, so that's my question to you. And for Mr. Lulu, you talked about homemaking practices, right? And I think you came across Paulo Bocandi's work on homing, which he actually problematized this concept of homemaking at home, which I think would be helpful for you to analyze further your work. And but you also mentioned something that is you mentioned that yeah, in fact, most of these South Korean Muslims are practicing Islam privately. Okay. So I was wondering, is it because the public sphere, right? And I'm talking about South Korean society, is not, of course, you also mentioned in the party that it's not, maybe it's not welcoming yet? Or is it because religion is pretty much seen, or how is religion seen in South Korean society? So maybe that would probably help me, frame your work. And also another thing, because you're talking about Muslims, this is probably not related to your, directly related to your study, but because you're talking about homing practices, right? Homemaking practices. What happens if they pass away, they die, right? Because Muslims have a particular way of, let's say, being married, right? So how does this contradict with or maybe complement their Korean culture? Because there are several practices in Muslim tradition, especially when it comes to burial, right? That is haram, right, or not prohibited. So those are the questions.
In reference to your question. Actually, the recent government right now implemented this NEDA provisions. It's for the creative industry. We were finally, they finally recognized that a great bulk of our economy also comes from entertainment and tourism. Your question is related to the Korean development because long before this NEDA provision, in Korea they're supporting the artistic industry and then tourism industry. And the reason why I also use the time frame of the 1980s to 1990, this is the critical time when the country is also developing economically, you have an artistic development brought by Filipinos, that is very important. In fact, you can talk to many musicians and they will tell you when they arrive there in Korea and Seoul, it's practically what? It's like a highway with what? Dirt roads. What? Why? For example, Koreans were singing let's say an example, they're singing Besame Mucho. They are coming to the Filipinos and asking for their accent because muchos, for example, they pronounce it mucho. So they corrected them. That's one. And even the English songs also. Second is the musicality, about the most important. Filipinos brought a different kind of musicality because of the Western training we had. Now, what was positive is that the Koreans, they developed it much more into the Korean system, or much more into the Koreanness. Now, as of what the contribution of the Filipinos is immense. The problem is there are no scholars, even in Korea, admitting it. There we have no voices in the Philippines people that we keep on saying that there are a lot of influences that the Filipinos brought in Southeast Asia and Asia. Another example in the British Malaya, the recording industry in the 1930s, the Nonya recordings were done by Filipinos. Bands who were playing in the provinces before they were exported there to play in the recordings. These are important. And what's positive about in Malaysia is their scholars are writing about it, but not in Korea. That's why we like to generate this interest. As for the time frame, that's the reason. It's very critical at that time.
I never thought that this Q&A will be intense. Okay, so let's try to address first some technical matters in the paper, because I'm also trying to navigate the technical aspects in my paper, which is a difficult part, which I would also like to acknowledge. When it comes to where I'm coming from in writing this paper, as part of your question, is that I'm actually coming from the struggles, because when you actually travel and you're Muslim, the first thing that you actually looking for is food. And unfortunately, it's difficult to look food that actually halal certified. That's why I encountered a friend telling me, or I also read it in articles saying, you just say allergic, because they have no like clear understanding of what halal is. So my friend said, you just say you're allergic to pork, and then they will serve. Because if you say halal, they will just prepare the food, but the same utensils, the same the containment of the pork residue. But when you say allergy, according to my friend, they will try to like separate the different utensils, etc. Because parang you need to explain it to them in a scientific perspective, which added another burden in my paper. So the next one also with the concept of like we said Uriel, correct? There's also one of the difficult issue, because for a cemetery to happen, it actually requires a legal process. Like lobbying to the government to create a law. Because it's not just simply like, okay, you put a Muslim cemetery. There is actually a law that needed to be required for them to get land. I'm using the context in Manila, because that's what Isko Moreno did. Because there's no actually like Muslim cemetery in Manila particularly. So I think in the context of South, I'm just assuming, okay, because I'm not a lawmaker in South Korea. So I'm just assuming. So it actually require the legality aspects. Number one is like acquiring the land. Number two is I believe they could actually do localizing the practices, since the context is not in the Middle East, but also in South Korea. So there are actually some adjustment in terms of but making it more halal, but not around. I think it's the border. The same thing with other Southeast Asian countries. So yeah, there's a lot of so many issues actually. That's actually the reason why I'm trying to focus on the lived experiences and the context of Muslim in different um countries, particularly in East Asian countries. I hope my answer is enough. If it's not enough, I'll try my best. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, I think we have 2 more minutes. Do you have any more questions? Any further questions from the floor? Okay. Okay, so with that, I'd like to close this session on migration. So let us thank again our two presenters. Thank you very much.
Congratulations both to the first two presenters of our session this afternoon. We will issue our certificates for appreciation to Francis Yuma and to Fahad Mananlulo for being presenters of the 11th Philippine Crane Study Symposium given today, 9th of May 2026, at the Pilar Herrera Lecture Hall. And we will also issue our certificate for appreciation to Johanna Zulata for being our moderator for today. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's see. So I will be moderator for this session on language. So today we have two speakers, whose paper or whose presentation are the topic of which are important to facilitate learning the Korean language. So first, the first presenter is Ms. Cassandra De La Cruz from Korea University. So with her presentation about the Korean textbook development for Filipino language learners. So please give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Sir Mark, for that introduction. So good afternoon po sa lahat, and thank you, Youth Career Research Center, for this opportunity to present my research in this symposium or conference. So my study is actually a part of my ongoing master's thesis, which is on developing a larger framework for Korean language textbook development for Philippine universities. So for this, I am focusing specifically on the first out of three parts of my study, which is on learners and teachers needs analysis. Next slide.
Sorry.
I think I put on a lot of translations, so you just show the entire there. Thank you. Okay, so for those who are not familiar with this topic, I'd first like to start off with a briefer on the need for textbooks in language education. So I'll also show some examples later of how it's used in Korean language education and also the state of KFL education here in the Philippines. So now there are a lot of research actually verifying the efficacy of using textbooks in language education. For example, improved academic performance, enhanced retention, critical thinking. So Graves also presents the several important functions relevant for both teachers and learners. For example, first, how it provides guidance to both. So the textbook also acts as a syllabus. So it shows what will be learned and in what order. And second, they also provide ready-made materials such as visuals, readings, exercises. So you have teachers and they can save time preparing those from scratch and also in time for looking for credible and verified resources. And lastly, they provide structure and consistency. So imagine you have different Korean language teachers all handling the same class. So let's say beginner Korean. And you want those teachers to teaching. So you want those students from those classes to have like more or less the same knowledge when they go on to take higher level to intermediate Korean, even if their teacher changes. So the textbook helps with that. So even Korean language education, textbooks are considered essential, and this is evident in its history. Next slide, please. Okay, next. Okay. So for the major historical periods in Korean textbook development can be divided into three. I'd say the Korean government and also Korean language institutions in South Korea really take their textbook development very seriously. I'm sure there are some who are already familiar with what this looks like. They're super organized, structured, comprehensive. But for those who are not familiar with this, I actually brought two examples with me for you to browse. I gave to the person at the back, so can you please pass it over to them? So for those who are not familiar with this, you can just check it out as like those are on the room. So I brought two examples. One is used in UP and Ateneo, the red one, and the blue one is not used in the Philippines, but it's widely used in. So anyway, moving on, it was during the formative period after the Korean War, when Korean language institutions in Korean universities began to spearhead the development of these textbooks. Then from 1999 to 2019, can we move to the next slide? Okay, Korean textbooks, the focus shifted to reflecting the communicative language skills. So meaning, you can commonly see this in the outline of these textbooks. The focus is on how to do this, what to say in this situation, in that situation. So focus is on communication. This period also saw the diversification of learning groups and textbooks for youth. Things. So we had textbooks developed for female migrants, factory workers, and before this, textbooks for general purposes were divided into three: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. But during this period, it became more subdivided. So we have beginner one, beginner two, intermediate one, intermediate two, and so on. Then in recent years, can we show the next slide? Thank you. Okay, textbook development moved toward much more specialized content for very specific learners, and also digital or multimedia-based resources. So examples include textbooks for business Korean, agricultural workers, visually impaired learners even. And next slide. So we have examples like this, Anytime Korean, which is accompanied by digital materials as well. So seeing this current trend, especially is important because it shows the need to cater to specific learning groups and specific contexts. And this can also be seen outside Korea. Next slide, please. So as shown here, can you also show the next one? Thanks. So these are some examples of localized Korean textbooks used in universities outside Korea. And these are just textbooks that are publicly available or have been mentioned in prior research. So there are also a few others that are made by universities, developed by universities themselves. I've had to browse through them in one of my classes, but they're not available to the general public, so I couldn't include them in your research. Okay. So now, if localized Korean textbooks have been developed for other learner groups in other countries, I thought would it be nice to have, our own materials specifically designed for Filipino learners, for Philippine universities. So there's actually already a series developed for Filipino learners and being used in SPFL program in high school. So right after university as well. But first, let me give you an idea of who these learners are and where they are. So this is a snapshot from a report written by Professor Be, published last year on the status of KFL education in the Philippines. So here you can see that Korean language education in the Philippines appears in different forms. Can you show the bullet points? So at present, the three universities offer Korean as a major subject under a four-year major program. So Philippine International College, West Visayas State University, and Lapu-Lapu Cebu International College. So notably, none of those are in Metro Manila. Meanwhile, we have Ateneo de Manila and University of the Philippines, Diliman, which offer Korean as a major or complete subject. And in many other universities, Korean is offered mainly as a foreign language elective. But it must be noted that these courses for the electives are often irregular, especially in other universities outside of those mentioned. For example, in this report from 2025, Enron colleges and the CSB were still offering Korean classes. But when I contacted them early this year, they said they're not currently offering them because they couldn't find a teacher for them. Next slide, please. You can show them. Thank you. So now, given this context, we have a variety of Korean language offerings in various universities. The main problem now is that Korean textbooks used in Philippine universities are still mostly textbooks developed in Korean, which is fine. I am personally a huge fan of those textbooks. They're very well made. We've been using that in Philippine classrooms for decades now. But at the end of the day, these textbooks are still made for learners studying Korean in South Korea. So it's mostly for KSL, Korean as a second language education, and not KFL, Korean as a foreign language. They also do not fully reflect the curriculum conditions, learner backgrounds, and classroom results or realities of Philippine universities. But before developing localized textbooks, can you show the next one?
or even other teaching materials, we first need to ask what do Philippine university learners and their teachers actually need. So to answer this question, next slide, I adopted a needs analysis approach for KFL textbook development. Can you show it on the next slide? Yes. Okay, for my survey, I have two target groups. So first is Philippine university students, second Korean language instructors or teachers. Now I limited this to focus on beginner level classes or courses because these are more widely available across different universities. And the survey is actually still ongoing now in its second phase, but since I mentioned earlier, this is part of a larger dissertation. However, for this presentation, I took only the results from the first round, which was from March to April. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So first, 154 student respondents came from UP, Ateneo, FEU, West Visayas, and PIC. And all or most of those in UP, Ateneo, FEU are taking non-Korean related majors, while everyone from West Visayas and PIC are majoring in Korean and Korean studies respectively. Also, you'll notice there's a lot of respondents from FEU, so 83 compared to the others. This speaks the huge class size in there. So like around 40 students per class compared to the rest, which averages just 20. And now for the teachers, there were 13 respondents from 7 universities. So teachers in UP and Ateneo average around 10 years of teaching experience, likely because both have been offering Korean for a longer period and they have more regular faculty. All teachers also reported having used Korean textbooks in class or for their class. So we have Southern Korean, Southern Korean, Friendly Korean, and the rest. So these are all developed by universities in South Korea or the Korean government. Now moving on to the results. Okay, thank you. So first on learning goals and motivations. Can you show the entire thing? So for learners, more than 50% of the respondents selected the following: career or job opportunities, interest in Korean culture, programming fun as their main reason for studying Korean. I think you can see here something quite specific to the Philippine context. First is the high ranking or interest in Korean culture. So in similar studies conducted in other countries, at least in the university context, cultural interest is often not their main motivation. Of course, this may be different in contexts such as when they're studying in King Sejong Institute or paid language courses where cultural interest is expected. But in the university context, it ranks quite high in the Philippines compared to other countries. Another interesting point is the program requirement. So number 2 over there. So this is something I have not seen in the studies from other countries. In the Philippines, it's not unusual for entire classes to study Korean simply because it is required in their program. So in other words, some students don't really have a choice. They learn Korean because that's in their program. So which may also mean that their motivation to study Korean is relatively lower. Now, regarding classroom activities, I also asked both teachers and learners what they consider their the most important goal in the Korean classes. So both groups considered improving their speaking and also listening as the most important. So there is a clear preference for verbal communication. As for what learners actually want to learn more about in class, there's also a clear preference for speaking, followed by grammar and vocabulary, and the listening. But for teachers, the areas they actually want to focus on in class is more grammar and vocabulary, followed by speaking. Now, interestingly, both learners and teachers rated the importance of culture low. I would say interesting because culture, from the first point, culture is one of the major reasons students choose to study Korean, but they rated its importance in the classroom low. But still, even if students may not necessarily want culture to be the main focus in their classroom, it still plays a major role because it's their main motivation for learning Korean. So next, regarding their experience with the textbook they currently using. So one important finding here is that there is a textbook, but it's not always visible to learners. So in my survey, I asked both teachers and learners the same question: what textbook do they use in class? Or as a reference. So all the teachers said something, but among learners, like those outside UP and Ateneo, many students said that they do not use a textbook or they do not know what textbook they're using. This is because the materials they usually receive are PowerPoints, handouts, video links, or other teacher-provided materials. So they do not have direct access to the reference book, but they still use it in class. They just don't know that it's being referenced. Yes, so in terms of textbook satisfaction, can you show the table? So both groups were generally positive regarding satisfaction. For learners who have direct access to their textbook, they say most of their concerns were related to clarity. For teachers, most concerns were related to the need for heavy adaptation. Some activities, for example, were seen as not applicable, outdated, or even lacking. Next slide, please. In terms of strengths, so both learners and teachers like how their Korean textbooks are beginner friendly, and cover all language learning areas. So we have grammar, vocabulary, reading, writing, speaking, listening, and even pronunciation and culture. However, both groups also pointed out several weaknesses. For example, for learners, they wanted clear explanations and instructions. So if you look at the textbook I asked passed around, there's only one line of instructions or explanations regarding activities, and it's expected for teachers to be able to expound on that in the classroom. And they also say that they wish there's translation for say the vocabulary, the sample sentence, dialogues, and all that, because it's purely in Korean most of the time. Now, teachers, on the other hand, emphasize the need for more listening and audio support, especially considering that non-native teachers greatly outnumber native teachers at the beginning level. So they want materials or real authentic materials that they can provide to their students. Now, they also wanted more activities and topics that reflect the local and actual classroom content. Also mentioned was a need for more manageable chapter content, since many of the textbooks currently used were originally designed for intensive language classes in Korea, like 5 days a week, 4 hours each session. But here in the Philippines, they study like 1.5 hours a week or 3 hours a week. So there's a mismatch. Next. I also asked about the external features they want in a Korean textbook. So this is referring mostly to visuals and auditory features. So for the format, learners mostly prefer to have digital copies on hand, while teachers prefer printed copies. So maybe Jenga, I don't know. So this shows a slight difference where learners seem to prioritize accessibility and portability, while teachers may prefer printed materials because which they can bring and use in the classroom. As for supplementary components, so learners rated the need for vocabulary lists and grammar appendices the highest. Teachers, on the other hand, rated audio materials, visual aids, and vocabulary lists as the most important. I think this suggests that learners want materials that help them review independently, so outside class. Because with the current textbooks, it's hard, or current materials, it's hard to study independently without the guidance of their teachers. And translation was also strongly requested by both groups. Nearly all learners wanted translations, mostly in English, especially for vocabulary, grammar, and reading tests. But teachers prefer to have that in English and also on local language. Now, for the internal features, next slide. So this refers to the content and structure. For unit or chapter components, learners rated sections for writing and speaking as the most important. But this is a bit different with the teacher's response to treated vocab and speaking as a very important, but writing among those. And for grammar presentation, learners preferred a more deductive approach, meaning they want to see the explanation first, the grammar roots, before they see the examples. Teachers, however, preferred a mixed approach because they want flexibility as to how the grammar is introduced. Both groups also agree that Philippine context should be reflected in the textbook. Learners emphasize that this is most important for dialogues, topics, sample sentences, well for teachers, vocabulary topics, activities. Next slide, please. Now, if we're to synthesize this into one shared pattern, we can say both learners and teachers want communicative, structured, and beginner-friendly materials. But so this not only for the teachers, but also for students. But there will be a need to address two things. First is the teacher-learner gap. So learners need materials that are accessible and self-study friendly, while teachers, they need materials that are adaptable and classroom ready.
And second is the school level differences. So we have schools like West Visayas State University and Philippine International College, where students major in Korean studies or Korean language. So they have a stronger need for, structured progression and long-term skill development. Well, you have schools like UP, Ateneo, FEU, where Korean is offered as an elective or a minor subject. So they will need more flexible materials that can work for mixed learner backgrounds and motivations. Next slide, please. So to conclude, can you show me? My study suggests that Korean textbooks for Filipino university users should be developed as a localized textbook package. So instead of just one textbook, this should be communicative, comprehensive, accessible, and be able to support both learners and teachers in Philippine context. And since this presentation only focused on the needs analysis part of my dissertation, the next step is now to combine these findings with a textbook analysis of the currently used materials. So based on the results of that, I plan to propose a framework, not an actual textbook, just a framework for developing Korean textbooks that would work for any religion need. And before I formally end my presentation, I would just like to emphasize that the goal here is not to create one perfect textbook, because there is no perfect textbook that can meet the needs of everyone, teacher, learner groups, and each teaching situation. And as Grace also pointed out, a textbook should be used as a resource, as a guide, and what we want here is to develop a framework that provides structure while also being flexible enough to allow room for adaptation and supplementation. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. De La Cruz. So just a reminder, if you have questions about the presentation, please take note of them. We'll be having the open forum after the second presentation. So for the second presentation, we have Asha Kinan Savana and Zakrit Samkamani from Chulalongkorn University presenting their paper on comparing English and Indonesian subtitles.
Good afternoon po. Selamat sore. 안녕하세요. 사와디카. Akosi Hasha. My name is Hashina Savana. Thank you for having me. I want to appreciate all the professors, the speakers, the management and the students that could join this presentation today. So you can call me Hasha. I'm from Chulalongkorn University, originally from Indonesia, enrolling in the MA program in Korean Studies. Actually, my undergrad program was Korean language education. So as I said earlier, I've been okay. And then I'm also working as a Korean to Indonesian translator since 2021. Yeah. Today I would like to present my research entitled Hearing English and Indonesian Subtitles, a study of Korean drama, nevertheless, on episode 2 and episode 3. But before that, I wanted to ask just two quick questions. The first one will be, how many people in this room are familiar with Korean dramas? Okay. Guilty, okay. The second one will be, how many people in this room are using subtitles when they're watching Korean drama? Me too, okay. Thank you. So, in recent years, Korean dramas have gained global popularity and often promote this kind of idealized concept, such as 첫눈에 빠지는 사람 and also like destined partners. However, behind this kind of romantic narrative that the production team tried to show, there are also portrayals of toxic relational behaviors such as possessiveness, obsessive, emotional manipulation, which are sometimes normalized in this media for expressing their love. For example, this kind of things, and then the male character will be like, put the girl on the wall and kiss them, actually, or teasing like a romantically way, a comfortable way, portray it like that. Most of the time in Korean drama. Well, I don't think any of us actually feel like, oh, this is something that I watched before, so it's nothing bad. But along the way, recent reports and studies in South Korea actually show that there's a prevalence and social impact of this kind of toxic relationship, showing that these dynamics actually not official things, but something that reflect real social issues in the country. Next, please. On the other hand, with the global distribution of Korean dramas through OTT or over-the-top streaming platform such as Viu, Netflix, international audience in general increasingly rely on subtitles to access this kind of content, especially if that audience not speaking Korean at all. This is particularly a significant thing in Indonesia, where subtitles are generally preferred over dubbing, while dubbing in Indonesia is mostly reserved for children's content. Therefore, in the Indonesian context, English and Indonesian subtitles play quite crucial role in shaping how audience interpret these dynamics. So based on this background, we decided to ask how do study strategies in English and Indonesian subtitles reshape the interpretation of relational dynamics across cultures? Because I personally believe that the same character can feel more or less toxic depending on the subtitle that you use. Next, please. Okay, so this research combined two main frameworks. The first one, the theory of toxic relationship traits by Susan Board. There are 11 points over there, which includes behaviors such as emotional blackmail, gaslighting. And then the second one is subtitle strategies by Jim Patterson, which consists of retention, specification, direct translation, generalization, substitution, and omission. By combining these two frameworks, I try to analyze how translation choices can either strengthen, weaken, or even actually hide the toxic relational meanings behind the lines. Okay, so this research uses a comparative discourse analysis approach. The data consists of selected dialogues from episode 2 and 3 of Nevertheless, focusing only on the early stage of the relationship between Axel and Yunami. The procedure includes identifying emotional ambiguous dialogues here, and then categorizing them. Is it fits to the coercive fashion, let's say, or emotional manipulation, and then analyzing the subtitle strategies in English than Indonesian. And then I do compare the original Korean dialogue with both subtitles, and lastly, examining how they shift across the cultures. Next, please. I think we need Okay, so if any of you still not really familiar with the drama, nevertheless, I heard one was a webtoon that published by writer Jung Seo in 2018, and then they adapted into a series in 2021 by TTDC, occurring by the channel, and later debuted globally on Netflix. It has 10 episodes in total, with a general rated suitable for audience age 15, but episode 2, 3, and 4 were specifically assigned a 19 plus. Why nevertheless though? So, nevertheless portrays a complex and emotionally manipulative relationship between the main characters, Bakjeon and Yunami. Bakjeon represents emotional detachment, seeking only casual relationships. Meanwhile, Yunami, despite her skepticism towards love itself, desire a committed romantic relationship. These dynamics provide rich examples of toxic relationship traits, which are expressed through the dialogue. I would simply say that this drama represents the realistic modern day issue of South Korea's dating culture. I mean, I think everyone's something that several people in this room might
experience when they die. Not me, okay. That's one, yeah. Next one, okay. For due to the copyright restriction, unfortunately, I will not be able to show you the specific scenes. But for episode 2, the relevant scene takes place from timestamp hour 1, minute 1, second 33. In this example, the Korean dialogue 너랑 가고 싶었는데 was said by Hyun is translated differently in English and Indonesian. In English, it becomes I wanted to do it with you. 하고 싶었다. 그냥 do it잖아. Which maintains the ambiguity through the direct translation. However, in Indonesian, it becomes aku ingin menciummu, or I wanted to kiss you, which introduced a more specific action, kissing. It doesn't even mention there. What do you actually want? Nobody knows. But then in Indonesian, the translator was like, kiss. These more dark expression will be closer to 너랑 키스하고 싶다 in Korean. This shift is categorized as substitution, where the original expression is replaced with another expression that conveys a similar meaning, but with a different level of explicitness. Next, please. So the same applies. In example data from episode 3, the Korean dialogue 내 보는 치워쓰면서 너무 즐거워 보이니까 implies emotional pressure. The English subtitle here maintains a smoother emotional acquisition through a single connected sentence. If you see the 치워주면서, it makes it like one line, that's it. However, in Indonesian subtitles, the translator decided to separate them into two statements, making the acquisition feel more direct and explicit. From these examples, we can see that the subtitles really affect how audience read the relationship, while English subtitles tend to preserve the ambiguity. Indonesian subtitles here often make meanings more explicit or softened. Okay, so in conclusion, toxic relationship traits in Netherlands are often presented through subtle and emotionally ambiguous interactions rather than explicit conflict. English and Indonesian subtitles reshape these dynamics by either clarifying or softening the original meaning. And therefore, subtitles do not simply translate dialogue, but actively reframe relational meaning and influence how audience interpret relationship across cultures. 끝까지 들어주셔서 감사드립니다. 질문이 있으시면 답변드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So we're calling the speaker Aya to come on stage to participate in the question and answer portion of the presentation. So did you feel like our presentations today or in this session, you can really feel that they're very much immersed in the Korean culture because they're pali nature of their presentation. So they started early and then they finished on time. So even with much time left. So, and I also feel like the topics for this presentation is very much relatable to most of us. So we have all been students, we have all been viewers of Korean drama, and we have all been lovers, maybe. No. Okay. We'll be taking in questions from the audience. So please introduce yourself and direct your questions to our speakers. Yes, so we have a question from
I'm Johanna Zoleta. I have a question for Hasha. I was interested, I mean, I don't know anything about translating, but I was interested in, because you talked about, translating into Indonesian. So I was wondering if cultural sensitivity is related. I mean, in the process of translating for an Indonesian audience. And I know that, of course, you're consumers of Korean culture, right? But then, of course, Indonesian culture is pretty much, also, yeah, very multicultural, right? And of course, the Japanese might, have a different cultural interpretation of this particular, scene or, action or behavior as opposed to people from, let's say, other parts of Indonesia. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so I will
I'll answer the questions according to my professional job, because I'm working also as a subtitle maker. Actually, we have guidelines that we have to follow, and depends on the company itself. If they're Indonesian, they will have like specific requirement to be more sensitive to some issue, especially if it's related to, let's say, gender, sexuality, and religion. However, because Netflix, they work with non-Indonesian company, they have more freedom for the translator to translate the way they want it to be. That's I actually interviewed the translator, and I asked her, do you remember when you worked for this project, and is there any like specific things that they ask for you to like translate or not, you can do it or not? And she said like, no, it's up to us actually, as long as we don't make it too sexual, let's say. Especially if this episode 2, because it's rated 19 plus. I guess the translator also wants to follow that sensitive issue.
So, yes, we have another question.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Manny Manuel III. This is for Pasha. No, because we know that even with in terms of languages, there are how do I term that? Ways to be able to express certain, certain words, certain meanings. Like in English, it's going to just be simply, let's say, love. But for, let's say, Filipino, it can be on different levels of love. So, I mean, I'm probably sure that it's also true for Indonesian. So in terms of subtitles, how explicit in terms of the leveling does a translator take into consideration when it comes to making the subtitles? Because if you say something in English, it comes across differently if you say it, let's say, in Filipino or in Indonesian. But coming from the Korean, the Korean scripts, does it actually authentically translate to what the Korean scriptwriter wanted to communicate? Thank you.
Great question. So, for the past 5 years I've been working, instead of just translate directly, what they ask for us is actually localize it. Make it people that from our country or our audience can understand it easily. Is it something that we use it every day, the terms? If that's so, then you can use it. If it's not, then change it to something else. Adapting, especially with Korean drama, let's say that from 조선시대. How we are feeling to the I love you 사랑합니다 and then 연모합니다, 연모하다. That's so different, right? We have to look for it. We have to actually start digging up into other options, which is quite rare. Especially for me, I tend to just translate for modern day celebrities from high entertainment. Something else. So it's not really that hard, but yeah, again, sometimes you just have to dig up more when you're not really sure. Because again, we as a translator, we are not only translating, we have to make sure that everyone understands what we're saying.
Maybe just a follow-up question about this topic, because we know that in Korean language, there are certain aspects of their culture that are very much expressed in their language. And Indonesian as well has different aspects of their culture and vice versa. So I'm wondering, what aspect of Korean culture do you usually have to navigate or do you have to adjust to when you're translating into Indonesian?
Okay, I think every language, see, when we're talking about language, we're not only talking about language, we're talking about the society, about geography, culture, history, okay? You can always see it in languages. The pattern was very visible. When you're talking about snow, okay, in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia, do we have snow?
None.
Okay, that makes sense, right? So we don't really have specific words for certain vibe. of words that are about snow in Korea. That's the limitation. That's really hard. And I think with that, well, we don't have anything to do with using the Korean words, maybe, or sometimes in English. But you have to be italic. Let's say, because the government will say, if you cannot find it and you have to use other languages, you will have to put italic instead of just regular. So that's where you find it. Because in Indonesian, it's not that common, not as in, I think in Filipina, they used to mix it up, right? In one sentence, like you see the English and then Tagalog at the same time. But in Indonesian, they really, really wanted to be like pure Indonesian. And we're not talking about the ethnic groups languages. We're talking just the regular basic Indonesian. Because if we, just like in Philippines, they have like ethnic languages. From the north to south, they have different languages, right? In Indonesia also that happens. That's why we just standardize it with one, the one that we use mainly in Java.
Okay, so I think there's someone who raised their hand in this side of the audience. No, I was just considering. I yes, so yeah.
Hi, I'm Jean. First for Aya, because I found your topic very interesting as an I was an ESL teacher for 8 years, but I'm now a Korean language learner. So it's interesting that you mentioned the gap between the needs of the learner and the student. And I was also wondering, because as a teacher, I also found it difficult to find the appropriate books for each student. But because a lot of my students were one-on-one, it was actually easier to mix match because it was only one person. I was wondering if, aside from the possibility of creating a book that bridges that gap, is there an existing Korean textbook that comes quite close to what the study is referring to? And and also, is there any further information from your research on the current efforts to develop textbook, like current, like people who are actually doing something right now that are adapted to Filipino KFL learners? So I wanted to ask if there's any information that we could share. And also for Hasha, although you also mentioned it in your most recent answer. Like, have you encountered highly nuanced expressions that are difficult to translate in your target language? So if you have also other stories about that, it would be very interesting to know. Thank you.
So let's start with the question for I about the
Okay, so first regarding the first question, if there's anything similar to what the study is trying to propose or build a framework for. I think the closest one would be the Korean textbook series being used in high school level or middle school. It's not just in the Philippines, it's also in other countries. It's spearheaded by the Korean government, but developed in coordination or in part with local teachers or experts, SMEs here in the Philippines. So it's the same content in different countries, same textbook, but you have localized content there. For example, the images, they show images of Filipino students, use Filipino names, and also like examples or that vocabulary, for example, fruits. Fruits you can see in the Philippines as opposed, for example, just fruits you can see in Korea. So something like that. But yeah, that is for middle school, high school learners, and of course, you expect something different from university students because the maturity level is different, and the pace is all different. They have classes maybe once a week as well, but you know the pace is much slower in middle school and high school as opposed to in university. So where learners are expected to be able to take in much more. And as for your second question, which was regards if there are ongoing efforts regarding textbook development, well, publicly available information there is none, but I have heard, can I say that? I've heard there are, you know, developments going on in certain universities. I'm not sure if I can say that, but yeah, there are, yeah.
So there are efforts going on, but takes a while because like you mentioned, it's hard to be able to create something that works for different learner types. So there's also no research, publicly available research on the topic as well. So it takes time to do the research first and then the development. Also, yeah, I think that's about for university learners.
I think there's also because most of the data that you have right now are from surveys or from learners and teachers. But have you also interviewed, have you talked to individuals who have participated in the actual creation of textbook and learning materials for either Philippines or in other countries? So did you interview them or do you have contact with them? What do they say about the whole process in reality?
This is not yet part of my. It is still ongoing, but I am currently have interviewed those that were involved in the development of textbooks in Vietnam, China, and I think that was Kyrgyzstan. So they also have localized textbooks in the university lab. So I think the biggest barrier that they are encountering is the fact that it takes so long developing and researching that by the time they come and all the bureaucracy, the paperwork, that by the time it comes out, you have already have a different set of learners with different motivations. So you have to restart again the survey, the needs analysis and all. So I think this will only work best if we are able to come up with something fast. But then again, there's a lot to consider.
I think also I is being humble because he's also developed some learning materials in Korean for photography. So how was your experience making those types of materials different from what you see now in this study, creating actual textbooks for specific types of learners?
Yes, I also had the opportunity to work on a project for textbook development. For that, um, it took around just like 6 months. It's very fast because it was developed by a private company. So there's no lot like bureaucracy paperwork to go with. The problem on it was the problem with that is building or making something that is serialized. We were only able to build for write something for Hangul and level 1 beginner, which is not yet out. But with that, it's only like two authors working on the textbook. But you have to involve a lot of people in actuality when it comes to developing something for a university program. So you need to have a big team. You need to have validated research. So I think it's very different in my case, in our case of our textbook, the textbook we wrote, it was mostly based on personal experience from the perspective of a learner, and it was it's for self-study purposes. So something like that it works. Since it's just for self-studying, it's not involved or tied to a single program, so it's much easier to make or develop.
So thank you for that. So we proceed now to Hash's answer about other notable difficulties or challenges in translating between Korean and English.
많아요. 일단은 많아요. If I could recall the recent one, right? The recent one will be anything that you have or only young people use in public. Let's just say 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, they don't have 얼주가 얼마나 줄어도 아이스 아메리카노 그런 거. Or, things like that. Sometimes it's hard for me to fit in English subtitle because they have limitation for characters, right? Every language have their own guidelines. I'm not really sure with Filipino, but in Indonesia, depends on the company. Sometimes they be like 48 characters per screen is the max or 62 max. Talking about food, especially also hard because with translating here, it's not only let's say bibimbap is a mixed rice, not like that. You will have to follow how does that written in our alphabet. Like bibimbap, is it BIBIMBAP or BBAP? Those things also quite hard because it changes all the time. In Indonesian, we have some words from Korea that already make it as an Indonesian, like kimchi. instead of KIMCHI, just like the regular English one, we use KIMCI, kimchi. 라면은 ramyun in Indonesia. Mukbang, mukbang. So I have to follow those, especially about food, and I will say always talk about food all the time. I might want to say which I will okay, for this. I will focus on what is sort of from their daily day. So I know that they always talk about food and it's so hard for me. And especially nowadays, I will always talk in English. They mix with English. And that was hard. Okay, I do understand English obviously. But how do I make the Indonesian people that don't understand English, let's say, or have difficulty to understand the context, to understand the right way? That took me forever.
Yes, so we have a question from, and then the next one.
Good morning, my name is Lex from the University of the Philippines. I'm not related to, I don't have, I'm not in a Korean studies major, I'm an engineering major, so these questions are just purely out of curiosity. For Hasha, I worked quite a bit with translations, but my work with translations is for the purpose of creating training data for AI. So it's very objective, very detailed, no emotions at all. Like what you see is what you see is what you get. But I think it's a different case for subtitling, right? So my question is, in your opinion, should in the case of subtitles for dramas, should subtitle translation prioritize the fidelity to the source language or the relatability for the target audience? And then my question for Aya is this is from perspective of someone who learned Korean through textbooks. Sir Mark was my teacher, and after that, I was able to finish all the other next courses. But so I tried to buy the Sogang books and study the rest of them alone. But so in the development of the textbook, what I'm curious about is the learner's educational level or academic background considered within your the framework that you're going to propose for textbook development? If so, how is that taken into account? Because I'm particularly interested in how the developers of the textbooks can ensure that the content is appropriately aligned with the target learners. Considering that sometimes users may find the material too simplistic, or sometimes in my case, like for example, when I first saw the one ebook, it's like this is for children. Or sometimes when I try to buy other books, I find it overly complex and overwhelming. So that's my question. Thank you.
So maybe Ashia, about what do you prioritize? So faithfulness to the original text or adaptation or adjusting to the novel?
Adjusting it to the target audience. But you did actually mention about AI before. Recently, actually, there's more and more company that ask you to do QC, quality control, proofreading with AI translation. So they'd be like, Hasha, can you do like check this file, make it more humanized? And I noticed, you know what? They F up. Literally, they F up the AI. So don't worry for people that actually do translation, you will be did it all the time. Because AI cannot make it more like focus on the target audience. They will just literally translate like that, the direct translation with no hearts, with no understanding about how sensitive some stuff. And yeah, I will always try to make sure to put the audience first. That's why I really like to see the feedback, especially in the YouTube comment section. Whenever they be like, oh my god, I understand this, I know about this stuff. When they be like that in my command division, I was like, thank you so much. My work. The little appreciation, I really thank you.
Okay, so now for Aya, about the background of your target learners, is it important where they are?
Referring to the academic background, right? So since this will be a textbook made for learners in a university, I think it is a requirement that their academic background is considered. But as you raised a while ago, we can have a single textbook that will work for all learners of the same background. So what I want to do with my framework is be able to give these potential developers an idea of what they could have in their own textbook, depending, let's say, if you're part of the developing team from, let's say, Philippine, say, West Visayas State University, where students are majoring in Korean language, and versus if you're a team that's part of, say, FEU, where students are forced to learn Korean because they major in tourism, HRIM, or whatnot. So of course, the content will be different. The level will be different. You expect PD1 for majors to be much harder or intensive compared to the one made for FEU. So it doesn't have to be necessarily this one textbook too. It can be a package. It can be a package that also includes the what they call that teacher's guide. So it tells the teachers which activities in the textbook are appropriate for this kind of learner versus this kind of learner. So I think that you can also see some of that in our current textbooks where you have a very comprehensive book or series, but it's divided into different parts. There you have group activities, pair activities, solo activities, but the teacher is not expected to be able to use all of that in a classroom because of course it depends on the the class size or the attitude, the characters, attitudes of your students when it comes to learning Korean. So given that the developers can feel free to customize the textbook package that fits the needs of the program.
Let me just add to that question. As another dimension of learning background, not just academic, but something called language aptitude. Because we've encountered students before that no matter how hard they try in learning the language, no matter how much effort you give them, they end up still lower or they still end up not understanding the whole dynamic of the language. Is it possible to construct in your opinion, to construct a textbook that addresses that kind of student, or are they just left in the dust, never to be able to reach out your ambitions? Because it's like a wasted effort if they try so hard, but in the end, so what do we do with those? What kind of textbook material do they use?
For the textbook, it is definitely possible to incorporate that. But you also have to be able to, teacher training is also important. Teachers have to be able to identify which students are in need of more like extra guidance. And also there's a consideration of, if you're handling a class size, even if you have a perfect textbook for them, it really can be helped if the teachers can personally, accommodate their needs. So that's why I also emphasized a while ago the need for the textbook can be used for independent learning, like outside the classroom. So even without the guide of teacher, something that can be used. So that one is definitely possible too.
Okay, so I think we'll take another question depending on what the question is. You might have more time for other questions.
You like that was targeted to me, no? Because I have a lot of questions. Just kidding. So, my name is Camila, so it's nice to meet you. I know Aya personally. I'm very happy to hear this as a Korean as foreign language instructor as well in a private space. It's going to directly affect how I conduct my own classes because I am definitely in need of materials because it's so expensive to import books. That's the number one concern actually. If I go to Fully Book or NBS, there are no books about Korean. Or if there are any books, it's usually phrase books. Just direct translation of 안녕하세요, kamusta po, and just that, direct translation of phrases. Nothing that would actually help bridge between Korean and Filipinos. So I wanted to ask a few questions. I know that I can ask more questions pa after. Personally to Aya. But I wanted to ask, since you're doing the direct research on this, do you think the book that you, or the framework at least, do you think you recommend a teacher's book separately from a student's book? Or do you think you're just gonna create a single book series? Like Bitamin Hangugo is just 1 to 6. But there is Master Korean from 1 to 1 to hanggang 6. Then there's also the Solang Korean and then the SKU that has 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B, etc. So I wanted to ask that. And my second question is, do you think the content of those books will be teaching Korean for the purpose of migration? Or is it the purpose of globalization? Is it the purpose of globalization? Because there are so many books now that I personally use that are for migration purposes. So what I saw in the lack of is the target of teaching Korean for localization. And one more is, have you researched books? That's my third. I'm very sorry if this is a lot. My third is, have you researched books that are in Filipino already? Because I do know one, I don't know if you know, Pag-aaral ng Wikang Koreano, so Wikang Filipino, published by Anadali. Yes, I'm not sure if you've incorporated that, but have you looked into other Philippine-based published material? Because that single book is in Korea. It's not available here. Those are my questions. Thank you. So for the first question, which was about
For teachers.
for children, sorry.
So what kind of
The
textbooks do you use?
teacher's time.
Teachers can.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there, especially in the Philippine context, it's a reform. Because when I showed you the profile of teachers, it's only in UPT and Ateneo where the teacher has like a lot of experience. So I think even if you don't give them textbook, they'll be fine doing their own thing. But for the other universities, the average is like 1 to 3 years of teaching experience. And a lot of them don't major in Korean, don't have background in Korean language education, or don't have any training. So in that sense, the teacher's guide can help, when it comes to using that material properly. So if there's lack of training, at least they have that PDF version or text version of the guide to help them with using the textbook for their classes. And the second question is
Purpose of the localization review.
yes, purpose of the book. So the across all universities, the top one motivation for learning Korean is consistent. It's for work opportunities, work or job opportunities. So given that and the ranking lower, like study abroad, travel. So it can be, presumed from that they want for work opportunities here in the Philippines. Or that involves them to be able to like talk with Koreans, work with Koreans. So given that localization is still the main purpose of this, because well, we can also discount the other motivation, those just learning Korean because they're interested in Korean culture. But yeah, so it will be mostly based on the motivations as well, or the why students want to learn.
The last one, have you reviewed any local textbooks in Philippines?
In the Philippines, I also went to the National Bookstore to see if there's any materials I could use for my analysis, but there's nothing worth including in my research. And also there are some you don't know who the author is. I tried contacting the publishers, but they don't respond. There's also the textbook you mentioned, but it's published in Korea, and it's also for Filipinos based in Korea. So in a sense, it's also for Korean as second language textbook.
Okay, so that concludes our question and answer portion. So thank you very much for helping us. And we'll take this opportunity to award our speakers certificate of appreciation and tokens for presenting their study here in the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium.
We would like to issue our certificates of appreciation to Aya de la Cruz and to Hasha Kinan Savana for being presenters to the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium given today, May 9, 2026 at the Pilar Herrera Lecture Hall. And we will also issue our certificate of appreciation to Sir Martin de Chavez for being our moderator this afternoon. All right, so it's now time for our coffee break. So we have snacks prepared outside of the venue, and since today is also the last day of our conference, kindly take the time to go through the UPI round and go to the next page so that you can buy your merchandise. Thank you so much.
to request everyone to please come back to the hall as we will be beginning our final session for this afternoon.
Sino? Sir. Sir. Okay na po.
Okay, good afternoon, magandang hapon, annyeonghaseyo. Our final session for the conference and for today is going to be focused on diplomacy. So we have three presentations, two of them will be virtual presentations and our final presentation will be on site. So we'd like to begin first with two virtual presentations, and then we will end with on-site presentation. Our first presentation is entitled "Through Tides and Ties: Diplomatic Rhetoric in the Bilateral Speeches of the Philippines and South Korean Leaders from 2016 to 2024." And this will be presented by Sir Rick Jan Gabales of the West Visayas State.
Both.
Diplomatic rhetoric in the bilateral success of Philippine and South Korean leaders. So this study looks at how diplomacy is not only practice through actions and analysis, but also constructed through language, particularly in official speeches. So to begin, this year the Philippines and South Korea commemorate their 77th year of bilateral relations, highlighting a long-standing and evolving partnership. So this relationship is deeply rooted in shared history, particularly the Korean War, and have significantly expanded across political, economic, and cultural domains. So this period is marked by high levels of business, strategic partnership, and sustained diplomatic engagement. So this study is anchored on the strengthening of Philippine-South Korea relations from 2016 to 2024. Beyond formal agreements, however, these relations are also shaped through public diplomacy, particularly South Korea's active engagement in the Philippines. This includes initiatives such as official development assistance, cultural exchange programs, and educational partnerships. In local context here, for example, in the city, this presence is highly visible through growing great communities, cultural spaces such as pre-establishment and institutional partnership like here in my university, the Kingston Institute, even though Western Science State University. So this reflects the growing influence of Korean soft power, where culture, language, and development cooperation strengthen people-to-people connections. So within this context, speeches became key instruments of diplomacy. Leaders used official speeches not only to articulate national positions, foreign policy directions, but also to reinforce cooperation and signal diplomatic priorities. More importantly, language plays a crucial role in framing cooperation and shared identity. So, diplomatic rhetoric construct narratives of partnership, trust, and mutual benefit. So, while highlighting shared history, values, and future-oriented collaboration. So building on that, study reinforced diplomacy by focusing on the role of language and grounded on the idea that language is a central tool in diplomacy. Diplomatic relations are kind of shaped by policies or agreements, but by how these are communicated. So the way leaders construct their messages plays a crucial role in trade cooperation, identity, and national interest. So because of this, there is a need to examine how meeting is constructed in diplomatic discourse. So official speeches, provides a valuable side of analysis as they reveal how leaders present relationships, position their countries, and articulate shared goals. So this study focuses on defined timeline from 2016 to 2024, covering the administrations of Presidents Rodrigo Duterte and Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in the Philippines, and President Moon Jae-in and Jun Song-yeol in South Korea. So this selection allows study to capture both continuity and variation across leadership transition and to analyze how diplomatic discourse evolved over time. So finally, this study features theory and application by integrating critical discourse analysis at the macro level and speech theory at the micro level. So studies are presenting to administrations per country within a shared diplomatic timeline. So the rationale here is not to compare the leaders themselves, but to analyze how diplomatic discourse is constructed across time through their speeches. So to guide analysis, this study addresses the following questions. First, how leaders use language to frame diplomatic relations and national interests. Second, what rhetorical strategies and linguistic features they use. Third, what speech acts perform diplomatic intentions. And lastly, how these speeches are shaped by context, audience, and intertextual references. So overall, the study focuses on how meaning is constructed in diplomatic discourse. So, as shown here, the study integrates critical discourse analysis and speech theory. Critical discourse analysis operates at the macro level, examining power, ideology, and global context, what I refer to as the types of diplomacy. On the other hand, speech theory operates at the micro level, examining communicative functions such as asserting, committing, and expressing what I refer to as the values. So by combining these two studies on that studies able to analyze both the structure and function of diplomatic language for how meaning is constructed through both discourse and action. Now, this slide presents the analytical process of study. So, bilateral speeches were collected and organized, followed by multiple readings and open voting. Codes were then put into golden things such as building, economic diplomacy, and sharing identity. So, these were analyzed through CDA at three levels: contextual analysis, discursive analysis, and social cultural analysis. And two speaks classification, including assertives, omissives, directives, and expressives. So currently, these findings were integrated into discursive sentences to lead language use with diplomatic meaning. At the macro level, several expressive properties emerge. The analysis reveals several key discursive properties in the diplomatic rhetoric of Philippine South Korean leaders. First, in terms of alliance construction and historical legitimation, both countries consistently draw on shared historical narratives, particularly references to the Korean War, often described as being fortune bad. So these historical references function as a form of discursive legitimation. reinforcing the idea that a current partnership is grounded in a long-standing and meaningful relationship. Seven, in economic diplomacy and developmental rhetoric, there is a clear pattern in how each country positions itself. South Korea is often framed as provider and policy-driven actor, while the Philippines is positioned as an emerging and investment-oriented partner. Third, the analysis reveals power relations and strategic positioning within the discourse. While cooperation is emphasized, there is a subtle asymmetry where South Korea appears as the initiator of programs and commitments, and the Philippines as the adapting partner. Fourth, in terms of modality and commitment structures, South Korean speeches tend to use high modality, expressions such as real and committed, indicating strong and constructed commitments. In contrast, Philippine speeches show more variable modality, reflecting a more flexible and evolving institutional agency. Finally, in ideological and geopolitical framing, South Korean's rhetoric is often value-driven, emphasizing democracy and rule-based international order. On the other hand, Philippine rhetoric tends to be more pragmatic, focusing on development and security concerns. So overall, this findings show that diplomatic discourse reflects not only cooperation, but also the underlying structures of power, ideology, and strategic positioning between the two countries. Meanwhile, at the macro level, this study examines how language performs diplomacy. So the analysis shows that diplomatic speeches do not merely convey information, rather they perform specific communicative functions that construct meaning, signal intention, shape relationship. So first, assertive speech acts are the most common across these speeches. So these are used to establish historical and political and economic truths such as shared history, existing partnerships, and current conditions. However, these assertives are not neutral. They function strategically to legitimize the relationship by presenting cooperation as natural, necessary, and grounded in fact. In this way, assertives serve as the foundation upon which other diplomatic actions can build. Second, commission speech acts are used to express commitment and future cooperation, such as promise of support, investment, or collaboration. So these are particularly strong in South Korean speeches, often reinforced through high modality expressions. So this suggests a more structured and forward-looking approach to diplomatic commitment, where language is used to project reliability and long-term engagement. Third, directive speeches are present, but are often indirect and mediated. Instead of giving direct commands, leaders use expressions such as we need or the time's right to encourage joint action. So this indirectness reflects the nature of diplomacy, where cooperation must be negotiated rather than imposed. So it allows leaders to guide actions while maintaining respect for sovereignty and equality. Fourth, expressive speech acts plays a crucial role in maintaining relational goals. So this includes expressions of gratitude, appreciation, and mutual respect. So while they may appear less substantive, they are essential in reinforcing goodwill, building trust, and sustaining the interpersonal dimensions of diplomatic relations. So in this sense, language does not simply describe diplomatic relations as it performs and sustains them. And after examining the data both macro and macro level through CDA and micro level through speech act theory, this study integrates these findings to dispersion synthesis. So after examining this analysis reveals that diplomatic meaning does not emerge from discourse or speech acts alone, but from their interaction within specific contexts. First, the combination of historical memory and assertive speech acts plays a key role in constructing legitimacy and shared identity. When leaders assert shared history, particular references to the war, this statement function not only as description of the past, but as strategic tools that establish a sense of continuity and moral obligation in the present relationship. Second, economic discourse combined with cohesive speech acts projects cooperation and visual alignment. So when commitment are expressed within a framework of development and partnership, they reinforce expectations of sustained collaboration and mutual benefit. Third, power structures reflected through modality reveal how asymmetry is encoded within diplomatic language. For example, high modality expressions, particularly in South Korean speeches, signal strong institutional authority and commitment, while more flexible modality in the Philippine speeches reflects adaptability. So because despite this asymmetry, language frames relationship as cooperative, particularly um, effectively managing differences in power, and fourthly, interaction of directives and cooperation framework demonstrates how action is guided without imposing authority. Finally, expressives combined with interpersonal tone, sustain trust and continuity and diplomatic relations. So in this way, diplomacy is constructed through both discourse and community actions. So based on this finding, several key insights emerge. For example, across speeches, leaders repeatedly use rhetorical references, especially the Korean War, not just to recall the past, but to frame the relationship as long-standing and legitimate. Another factor is how discourse operates across multiple levels. At the macro level, we see narratives of cooperation and partnership, while at the micro level, speech acts such as assertives and cohesives are used to reinforce this narrative. So rather than being separate, these elements work together to construct meaning. This suggests that diplomacy, while structured, yet is also dynamic. It evolves, but still maintains certain patterns over time. So when we look more closely at individual years, these patterns become more visible. For instance, President Duterte's speeches tend to be more narrative and reflective. He often draws on historical memory and contrasts past and present, which reinforces the idea of asymmetry and recovery. In contrast, President Marcos Jr.'s speeches are more institutional and policy-oriented, focusing on agreements, reforms, and investment opportunities. On the South Korean side, President Moon Jae-in emphasizes relational and cultural elements, frequently highlighting friendship, shared identity, and soft power. Meanwhile, President Yoon Song-yeol uses a more structured and strategic goal with strong modalities such as read and co-read, emphasizing planning and policy direction. So, while the broader patterns remain consistent, the way they are expressed varies depending on leadership style. If we step back and compare the overall discourse, we can see clear patterns between the two countries. Philippine rhetoric tends to be more flexible and context sensitive. For example, speeches often emphasize development needs and investment opportunities, positioning the Philippines as an emerging and adaptive partner. On the other hand, South Korean rhetoric is more high mentality and commitment driven. We frequently see strong expressions such as we will or we are committed, which position Korea as initiator and policy actor. At the same time, both sides consistently emphasize cooperation, partnership, and shared history, especially through repeated references to past alliances. So, what emerges is not a contradiction, but a pattern, a relationship that is not equally structured but still mutually reinforcing. So which study describes as complementary but asymmetrical. While both countries emphasize mutual benefit and cooperation, differences in economic capacity, political positioning, and institutional voices are reflected and managed through diplomatic language. So and what these patterns ultimately show is that diplomacy is not only about agreements or formal partnerships. It is also about, how these relationships are presented, shaped, and sustained through language. I want to end my presentation with this. In an ever-changing world where global events constantly shapes our realities, everything is political. And so is language. The way leaders construct their words in diplomacy doesn't merely frame relations. as it shapes how they are understood, experienced, and lived by the people beyond. There are just results for me that thank you so much for listening.
Okay, so again, we thank Rick Navales for his presentation regarding diplomatic rhetoric. We proceed now with the second virtual presentation entitled The Efficacy of the ASEAN ROK Partnership in Promoting Creative Tourism Using Hallyu as a Bridge and a Model, Case Studies of Vietnam and the Philippines. This is to be presented by Wen Wang Wang Cha and Fong Za Bo from the Chulalongkorn University.
My name is Fong Zhao, and together we are pleased to present our research titled Efficacy of ASEAN-Korea Partnership in Promoting Creative Tourism Using Hallyu Approach and a Model Case Study of Vietnam and Philippines. This study will emphasize how Hallyu or Korean way is not only a form of entertainment but also a tool for tourism cooperation, cultural diplomacy, and tourism development between Korea and ASEAN. We focus on Vietnam and Philippines because our country has strong cultural and tourism connection with Korea, but they adopt Hallyu in different ways. So in this presentation will include five components: background, theoretical framework, methodology, research and discussion, and finally conclusion and recommendation.
First, how has described PPT and Vietnam. Now, it influences tourism globally, friendship and related industries. Yeah. Second, Asian tourism is moving from mass tourism toward more spiritual, cultural, sustainable, and creative tourism. However, there is still a research gap. Many studies discuss Hallyu as soft power or popular culture, but fewer studies examine how ASEAN Korea partnership programs convert Hungary into creative tourism development in specific ASEAN countries. Therefore, the study asks how ASEAN Korea initiatives use Hungary to promote creative tourism and how Vietnam and Philippines adapt it differently. For the theoretical framework, this study uses three main concepts. First, soft power theory, explaining how Hungary creates attraction toward Korea and increases interest in Korean culture and tourism. Second, diffusion theory explains how Hungary inspires tourism models from Korea to Asia. However, diffusion is not peaceful campaign. Each country adopts Hungary based on its own policy system, marketing demand, infrastructure, and local culture. Third, creative tourism refers to tourism experiences built around culture, creativity, entertainment, food, music, beauty, and local participation. Together with these concepts, help us understand Hungary as both a bridge connecting Korea and Asia and a model for creative tourism innovation.
So in our research, there are three subdivisions. The first one asks how ASEAN Korea government creative tourism in Vietnam and Philippines. The second one asks how Hungary adapt briefly Korea and ASEAN culture and research. The third one will ask what similarities and differences exist between Vietnam and Philippines in using Hungary for tourism. Based on this question, we argue that ASEAN Korea cooperation for creative tourism. Hungary convert cultural attraction into tourism engagement, and Vietnam and Philippines adopt how Hungary differently in different ways because of their different policy system, tourism market, and their fan communities.
This research uses a mixed method comparative case study based on secondary data, a quantitative part policy documents, ASEAN Korea programs, tourism development plans, and cultural cooperation initiatives. A quantitative part uses descriptive statistics including Korean tourist arrivals, program distribution, and Korean-related tourism indicators. This approach is suitable because numbers show tourism scale and powers program analysis explaining how Hanja is transformed into creative tourism. Now, the results. The first one is that ASEAN Korea tourism cooperation operates through a rural ecosystem, not isolated events. We identified four relevant partnership initiatives during the 2021 to 2027 period. These programs want to explore countries' first policy frameworks such as ASEAN Korea partnership plans and economic statements provide formal foundation for cooperation. Second, diversity, unity, and fitness ideologies treasury. These include workshop on tourism, digital tourism, sustainable tourism, and destination marketing. ASEAN area coalition is not only promotional but also educational and development. Further cultural events and festivals use music, film, cultural exchange, and creative industries to link Korea and ASEAN alliances. Fourth, tourism promotion programs such as Travel Festival or Fiesta to directly promote Korea-related tourism experiences in Vietnam and Philippines, or full ASEAN Korea-related tourism cooperation combines policy, knowledge transfer, cultural diplomacy, and market activation. The first research question asks whether ASEAN Korea partnership programs are effective. Our findings that these programs show moderate to high contributory efficacy. I use the word contributory because ASEAN Korea programs support creative tourism, but they are not the only cause of tourism growth. At the regional level, tourism pressure is strong. ASEAN Korea frameworks clearly support cultural exchange, tourism cooperation, creative industries, and people-to-people connectivity. For Vietnam, policy integration is moderate. Vietnam's tourism strategy supports cultural tourism, digital transformation, and international cooperation. But the link between hydro, ASEAN Korea cooperation, and creative tourism is not really formalized in policy document. For Philippines, the policy connection is also relevant, but less explicit. The National Tourism Plan emphasizes identity, cultural resilience, and stakeholder participation, while hydro is more visible in the market and fan communities. Therefore, ASEAN Korea programs work best as facilitators and accelerators. They provide legitimacy, promotion, training, and institutional platforms. However, tourism growth is also shaped by visa policy, fan connectivity, private sector activity, and organic demand.
Okay, let's do the question and how I will inspire greater cultural. Global audience already associate Korea with K-pop, K-drama, beauty, food, and agriculture. In this like post-creation stage, Korean institution or Hangul is not only an entertainment but also as an immersive visual experience. In the decision stage, IKL open itself as a physical space where visitors will experience art view interactively. In the implementation stage, visitors will create K-pop style content through digital and XR technology. Finally, high KR station opened at the Incheon Airport in 2025, expanding the model into another high traffic tourist resort space. The key point that highly inspired resort diffuses when cultural popularity become participatory, visible, and scalable resort experience. So next, in this slide, we compare two efficient pathways. The first one, partnership facilitated adoption. This includes programs supported by institutions such as ASEAN Korea Center, KTO, Korean Cultural Center, Tourism Ministry, and cultural agencies. Its advantage is structural legitimacy and scale. However, it depends on funding and institutional coordination. Second is organic or community-led adoption. This includes fan event, K-pop competition, K-beauty activities, concert, university activities, and private sector cultural experiences. This advantage is with creativity and emotional engagement because these activities are closer to fans and consumers. However, they are harder to scale and harder to capture in official data. Therefore, the most effective model is a hybrid model. Partnership provide structure and scale, while fans, communities, and private sector provide creativity, local relevance, and emotional connection. So next, we will see the advantages of this topic. What we have the key pattern is scale driver with a conversion through institutional promotion. Vietnam has strong Korean in the market. Korean online reach around 4.7 million in 2024, making Korea is one of Vietnam's most important inbound tourism market. This creates a strong foundation for Korean-related tourism products. Vietnam has created activity to Korean cultural and tourism festival. Hungary cultural mandatory K-pop activities, K-food zone, and K-content promotion. Therefore, Vietnam creative tourism profile is more institutional led and travel world oriented. Hungary is often activated through official festival, tourism promotions, events, and cultural romance. For the Philippines, the pattern is more participatory and private and consumer facing. Korean arrival also important, but the Philippine plans rely on their high real engagement amongst the local audiences. For example, it include K-Beauty Week, Everyone K-pop, Happy Halloween Days, fan events, concert, beauty activities, and community garden. This means Filipino audiences do not only consume Halloween through spring, they actively join event competitions, building experience, and cultural activities. Therefore, the Philippines is especially strong in immersive and participatory language engagement, even if Vietnam has a larger scale in Korean tourist arrival. In this slide, we'll summarize different advantages profile. For Vietnam, advantage is scale in digital conversion. It has larger Korean tourist arrival volume, strong flight connection connectivity, and stronger policy coordination. For the Philippines, it participational and consumer hybrid is active. It has active brand communities, strong cultural communities with active and many participatory events. Vietnam tend to convert Hallyu through festival, tourism promotion, and tour and travel product. While Philippines tend to convert Hallyu through K-beauty event, fan community, K-pop convention, and consumer experiences. The key point that Vietnam and the Philippines should not be judged by the same criteria because they have complementary strengths.
The third research question asked why the two countries use 100 differently. One explanation comes from their national tourism development plans. Vietnam's tourism is a key economic sector with strong state coordination. Its tourism development is more centralized and ministry led. This explains why Vietnam's handler tourism is more connected to official promotion and structured tourism products. The Philippines emphasize identity, resilience, competitiveness, stakeholder convergence, and local empowerment. This explains why its handler tourism is more community-driven and experience-based. So national tourism tourism blending helps explain why the same ASEAN Korea framework produces different outcomes in each country. Vietnam and the Philippines also differ in marketing, investment, implementation, and innovation. Vietnam emphasizes national brand
building digital promotion, market research, and smart tourism. It supports a coordinated and brand-driven model. The Philippines emphasizes storytelling, authentic experiences, market diversification, MSMEs, and local stakeholders. It supports a more market-responsive and experience-based model. This confirms our hypothesis that Vietnam and the Philippines adopt hunter-inspired tourism differently because their governance systems, tourism priorities, and innovation ecosystem are different. So there are three main discussion points in our research. First, Hangul is not only a cultural attraction, it becomes more significant when it is converted into tourism actions such as festivals, workshops, fan events, and travel packages and creative experiences. Second, ASEAN Korean cooperation supports tourism growth, but does not fully cause it. Tourism growth is also affected by visa policy, airline connectivity, post-pandemic recovery, private sector investment, and fan communities. Therefore, ASEAN-Korea cooperation should be understood as a facilitator. It provides legitimacy, promotion, capacity building, and platforms for collaboration. Third, Vietnam and the Philippines show different creative tourism models. Vietnam is more state coordinated and scale-driven, while the Philippines is more fan-driven and market-oriented. This means ASEAN and Korea partnership is not a one-size-fits-all model. It becomes effective when adapted to each country's local strengths. To conclude, ASEAN-Korea partnership programs show moderate to high contributory efficacy in promoting creative tourism through Hangul. Hangul works in two ways. First, it works as a bridge connecting Korea and ASEAN audiences through music, drama, beauty, food, film, and cultural experiences. Second, it works as a model showing how cultural contents can become creative tourism products, such as festival, fan events, cultural zones, workshops, film tourism routes, and immersive experiences. Vietnam demonstrated a state-coordinated model while the Philippines demonstrated a more market-driven and fan-centered model. Therefore, Hangul is most effective for ASEAN creative tourism when Korean soft power is localized through local creativity, institutional support, and sustainable tourism planning. Based on these findings, we offer three recommendations. First, ASEAN-Korea cooperation should move beyond one-off events. Festivals and campaigns should be connected to long-term creative tourism products such as K-cultural trails, K-food workshops, film tourism routes, K-beauty experiences, and fan-based travel packages. Second, Vietnam should encourage more private sector and youth-led innovation. Vietnam already has a strong tourism scale and institutional support, but it can benefit from more grassroots creativity. Third, the Philippines should strengthen coordination, quality control, and sustainability. It already has strong fan engagement, but needs stronger institutional support to scale these activities. For future research, we recommend building a larger data set and conducting interviews of surveys with tourists, fan communities, operators, and policymakers. So that concludes our presentation. To summarize in one sentence, ASEAN-Korea partnership programs are most effective when they transform countries from cultural attraction into locally adapted, participatory, and sustainable creative tourism experiences. Thank you very much for your attention. We welcome your questions and comments.
Thank you again for our two Vietnamese colleagues for presenting value in a different light, not just entertainment, but actually a significant economic and diplomatic bridge. So for our last presentation, we'd like to welcome to the stage Patricia Lopeda from Ewha Women's University to share her presentation on South Korea's public diplomacy in the Philippines through the lived experiences of Filipino alumni in the COICA Scholarship Program. So, Patricia.
Thank you for reminding me, and I'd also like to thank Director Jose for this opportunity and for everyone who stayed until the end. So congratulations to all of us. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Filipina, and today I'll be presenting on my study. And this presentation is actually based on so this presentation is actually based on my master's thesis that I completed last year with Eva Women's University. So you probably mostly heard about Global Korea Scholarship Program, but has anyone heard about KOIPA Scholarship Program?
Yes.
Okay, it's not much mentioned in every conversations, but just to give you context, KOIPA Scholarship Program or KOIPA SP is a scholarship program designed primarily for government employees or officials from the public sector from developing countries. So this program mostly offers opportunities for masters and PhD studies, as well as short-term training programs. And its main goal is mostly to equip its participants, which is the government employees already within the institution, with to equip them with the knowledge, skills, and training that they can apply in their respective government agencies upon returning home after. So with that in mind, this program became the foundation of my research interest. And before I begin, I would like to briefly situate this research within my own background. So as you can see, I'm a POICA scholarship recipient myself. I began my training in 2024 and recently returned last December 2025. And but before that, I was and actually recently returned to the same job that I left, which is working as an administrative officer at the Department of Foreign Affairs. But now I'm already undertaking the role of gender focal point officer of my assigned office. So my academic and professional experience in international relations and gender studies motivated me to explore how scholarship programs function not only as an educational opportunity, but also as tool of diplomacy and empowerment. Next, please. So in today's globalized world, scholarships are not just about education, but they can also be tools for cross-cultural understanding and international cooperation. So they help build mutual understanding between countries through academic and cultural exchange. So in this context, I use the POICA Scholarship Program that serves as one of South Korea's key initiatives in extending development cooperation through education, particularly in partner countries like the Philippines. So I know most projects that KOICA has is more on agriculture and partnerships with local government units. But for this one, since I'm studying international relations in Iwa, I focused it more on the impact of the scholarship program and how this I want to explore how these dynamics are experienced by the Filipino alumni who participated in the program. So for this one, I want to explore how scholars don't just learn, but they also form networks, gain skills, and act as bridges between nations. So, and how this actually form long-term international relationships. So scholars become agents of goodwill, strengthening relationships between their home and host countries. Next, please. So despite the increasing importance of scholarship programs, hello. Okay, so as I said, despite the increasing importance of scholarship programs, several gaps may remain. So first, there is limited research on how research programs shape perceptions of tool of soft power and public diplomacy. Second, there is a lack of focus on how they influence women leadership outlook, particularly in the Philippine context. And finally, there is an inefficient attention on how cultural immersion shapes the national image based on the lived experiences of these participants. Next slide, please. So for my theoretical framework, my study is mostly grounded on the concepts of public diplomacy and soft power, particularly drawing on from Joseph Knight's idea that influence can be achieved through attraction rather than coercion. So in this framework, the KOICA Scholarship Program is viewed as a soft power tool of South Korea, especially within its donor-recipient relationship
with the Philippines through the Official Development Assistance or ODA. And through education and cultural exposure, the program helps shape positive perceptions of Korea among its Filipino participants. That's why That's why in the middle I also used three key dimensions as well, which is education, leadership, and gender, which I will tackle more in the analysis part of my presentation. So the framework focuses on this lived experiences of the scholars, particularly in these three areas. And it will look on how these experiences translate into behavioral changes when participants return home. Ultimately, my study argues that the scholars become informal ambassadors or citizen diplomats whose positive experiences continue to strengthen people-to-people ties and enhance Korea's national image in the Philippines. Next, please. So just for my methodology, this study adapts qualitative research design to better understand the lived experiences of the participant. I was only given a limited amount of time to do my interviews, so I was only able to gather 15 Filipino alumni from the program. This was actually collected between June and August of 2025. And it was collected through semi-structured interviews, allowing for in-depth and flexible discussions, where the responses were then analyzed using thematic analysis to identify key patterns and insight. In addition, I incorporated participant observation, drawing from my own experiences as a Khoika scholar to provide deeper contextual understanding. Next, please. So these are I'll just go through over this one. So this is just the demographics of my participants. So as you can see, 27% of my participants were the ones who did not who have not been to Korea prior to joining the scholarship program. So majority of my participants have already been at least once to Korea before having joined the program itself. Next, please. So I will now proceed to the analysis and findings of my study. So these are organized into the three dimensions, and I will start with cultural exchange, perceptions, followed by immersion experiences, and then behavioral change. So dimension one is the cultural exchange perception, and this examines how participants view Korea. This examines how participants' views of Korea were formed and evolved before, during, and after the Khoika Scholarship Program. So the participants' initial view of Korea were largely shaped by the Hallyu waves, such as K-dramas and K-pop. So most of them are actually fans prior to joining the program. So Korea was generally perceived as a developed country and a model for growth. So although some participants had mixed impressions, including concerns about food, like the spices as they see in the media, or safety, like the ongoing tensions between the North and South Korea. But after the program, these perceptions became more balanced and nuanced as participants began to organize the gap between the media portrayals and real life experiences. So these views were not really positive or negative, but rather a mix of both. And these are shaped by each participant's personal encounters with the Korean society during the 17-month program. Many did noted that their everyday interactions and lived experiences provided a more realistic and understanding compared to the idealized images often seen in the media. So there were also cultural activities provided by the institutions. So when you are partnered with the university, especially when it's funded by Khoika, they actually provide different activities for the school to execute. So for my case, I've been to Korea before joining the program, but I have never been to Jeju. So that is one of the highlights of the Iwo Khoika program, where we were exposed to Jeju at that time, where we visited the Haenyeo Museum. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you've heard about the Haenyeo before. And additionally, this actually played a key role in strengthening positive perceptions for the participants, especially that the program is very rigorous and there's not much room for going out or like to explore the country. So this plays
a big role in giving cultural exposures to its participants. And additionally, participants become cultural agents as well during their stay, as they share their own culture from home through their interactions with their cohorts. So, for example, like potlucks and sharing and comparing experiences from home. So we usually have this type of exposure during the not only within the dormitory but also during classes. So as we are actually coming from different parts of the world as we embark on the Quaker Scholarship Program. Next slide, please. So these findings suggest that the Hallyu Wave serves as an entry point, but lived experiences deepen their understanding. The program strengthens goodwill and promotes cultural understanding, and it also fosters two-way exchange, encouraging mutual understanding between cultures. However, participant noted that the need for Korea to enhance its visibility in the Philippines through broader development initiatives. So one of the participants actually pointed out the importance of infrastructural initiatives, such as what JICA does now in the Philippines. So that's what she meant when she mentioned the need for Korea to enhance visibility in the Philippines. Next slide, please. So for the second dimension, focuses on immersion experiences through education, leadership, and gender, exploring how exposure to Korea's academic and social environment influence participants' perspectives, particularly on women's leadership and personal development. So in terms of education, the participants were mainly exposed to Korea's high-quality academic environment, efficient systems, and everyday cultural practices, all of which broaden their perspectives on learning and governance. For the leadership perspective, development occurred both formally through structured leadership roles and activities, and informally through teamwork, initiative taking, and cross-cultural collaboration. As a result, participants reported growth in confidence, adaptability, empathy, and decision-making skills after completing the program. And in terms of gender, there was a noticeable increase in awareness and sensitivity to gender issues. And this was specifically evident among those who studied Iowa Women's University, aka me, where participants were immersed in a highly gender conscious academic environment that emphasizes women leadership, feminist discourse, and gender equality advocacy. So many of these participants became more actively engaged in gender-related initiatives upon returning to the Philippines. Next slide. So this finding suggests that the experiences through the program contribute to long-term positive perceptions of Korea among participants. And beyond the academic and professional development, the Quaker Scholarship Program also played a role in fostering transformative leadership, particularly among women, and contributes to broader efforts toward global women's empowerment. However, the impact of these experiences does not exist in isolation. So it is also shaped and times constrained by structural conditions in the home country, including limited career advancement opportunities and insufficient institutional support from returning scholars. So this highlights the gap between the individual capacity building abroad and the realities of reintegration at home. Next. So for the last dimension, this will look at behavioral change, highlighting the personal and professional transformations that occurred after returning home, as well as the sustainability of these impacts and insights of the alumni that they shared for improving the program. So for this one, the findings show that the participant experienced significant behavioral changes following their engagement in the program. And these exchanges are mostly reflected in their daily lifestyle, like their eating habits, the way they do skincare now, like discipline and personal habits like that, indicating a broader shift in mindset beyond the academic experience. And many participants also emerge as informal or citizen diplomats, actively promoting through social media, workplace interactions, and alumni networks. So one particular example of the social media was one participant of mine actually became an active influencer in Instagram, where she shared her experiences as a Filipino student in Korea. And For the alumni networks, one of my seniors actually becomes an active speaker in the Kweka head office in here in Manila, where she shares the pre-departure presentations for those incoming or new Kweka scholars. So overall, through these platforms, they continue to extend the impact of the Kweka scholarship programs beyond the duration of their stay. And overall, the program has contributed to long-term outcomes, such as the enhanced intercultural competence and a stronger motivation for public service. However, the sustainability of these effects ultimately depends on how participants are able to translate this within their local context upon returning home. So this, next slide, please. So this behavioral changes carry important implications for public diplomacy as they extend Korea's cultural influence within the Philippine context beyond the duration of the program itself. So through their continued engagement in their own environments and digital spaces, alumni effectively functions as citizen diplomats, creating a ripple effect and contributes to the positive visibility and attractiveness of Korea among broader Filipino audiences. So in this sense, the impact of the KOICA program does go beyond individual capacity building and becomes a part of a wider network of people-to-people diplomacy. However, sustaining this impact requires more structured and long-term mechanisms. Stronger alumni support systems and clear institutional pathways for engagement are necessary to ensure that these informal diplomatic tools remain active and meaningful over time. Please. So to conclude my presentation, in conclusion, the KOICA scholarship program does serve as an effective instrument of soft power and public diplomacy through cultural immersions and academic exchange. It helps shows the nuanced and balanced perceptions of Korea while also strengthening the mutual understanding between the two countries. And beyond the knowledge and skills acquisition, the program fosters transformative leadership and continues to contribute broader efforts in women's empowerment, particularly among Filipino participants. Importantly, the findings show that alumni often continue to engage as citizen diplomats, extending Korea's influence through the professional roles, social networks, and everyday interactions. However, as I mentioned earlier, the long-term impact of these experiences is still shaped by the external conditions. And therefore, sustaining the program's impact requires stronger alumni systems and better reintegration pathways. So thank you very much and hope you have a good day.
Maybe, thank you very much, Professor. You invite me as we begin our last Q&A session. So are there any questions for Patricia? Maybe as the audience is thinking about their questions, maybe you can just give us a brief context in terms of how many scholars has you probably know from a gender perspective. Yeah.
Long press. Long press.
No. So yes, I actually have that in data and my thesis, which I will gladly donate to the UPKRC after this. So for the KOICA scholarship, actually before the pandemic, they usually send off like around 20 per year. Yeah, so it really they have a really rigorous set of interviews, especially during my time. So during my time, we were only 14 at the time, yes. And then it depends on the levels of how many will pass during the interviews and the requirements.
And among these batches of scholars, are they predominantly female? Are they predominantly male?
Yes, actually, I did also highlight that in my research that predominantly there are more females than male participants in the KOICA scholarship program. And it's very unique to see that there are also like different from different fields. So I have also met from people from the Department of Agriculture, Department of Trade and Industry, and also like Foreign Service Institute. So I'm mainly I'm doing more consular work for my case.
Okay. Questions from the floor? Kindly introduce yourself, and then share with us your question.
Hi po, Michael Jared po from the Asian Center for yung Korean specialization po. Actually po, same, undertaking ko yung master's thesis po, same topic actually. More or less exactly the same area, the public diplomacy, the theoretical framework, and currently, nahihirapan ako sa pag-gather ng participants. As of right now po, five lang po yung na-gather ko, tatlo sa DLG, mostly because disclosure, nagtatrabaho sa DLG, kaya doon ako na-inspire sa pagkuha rin ng topic na to. Kasi nakita ko marami sa coworkers ko, observation ko rin na gap is na yung pag nag-usap sila sa akin na as much as gusto nila Korea, mas expose sila sa ibang programs ng JICA, Australia Awards, parang doon sila na So, nagpapatanong ko, bakit hindi ayaw nila sa Kasi every semester, every year, nagpapababa na memo na nandito yung mag-apply kayo. Out of like mga 10 sa office namin, isa lang nag-apply ng volunteer for COICA, the rest ng Australia. Kaya doon ako nag-pick up curiosity. So, yung tanong ko na lang siguro is, what is your recommendations siguro sa thesis, from your thesis po for further studies po? Especially sa akin po na nag-undertake rin sa very niche topic kasi based din sa RL ko, bihira ako na nakita ng discussion sa topic natin po. So, yun lang naman po.
Good question. Actually, thank you for that insight. Actually, one of the reasons why it actually depends on the people. Because for me, Korea is already attractive prior to joining. Because I have been to Korea, I'm also a fan of Hallyu. So it actually depends on the person's personal interest on why they would go to either Japan or Australia for that matter. But for my tip for you, I think I would suggest that you could go deeper into the study because for mine it was very pali. So my thesis I had to do it between like 8 to 9 months. So I would suggest that you could go deeper on the maybe go deeper in terms of doing also comparative analysis between COICA and JICA scholarship program. I think that's my best tip for you.
Sige, last follow-up. So I mentioned po na I'm struggling po in coordinating with participants ko kasi I noticed that medyo na-relate din ako na konti participants nyo po kasi as of right now, then yung target ko, yung initial target ko nung dinepend ko yung proposal ko, mga 2030. Tapos as of right now po yung nagsagot nag-respond pabalik, 5. Nakita ko 15. So, it's more, parang more or less na relate ako na parang na medyo pahirapan sa pagkukuha ng respondents po kasi initially po sa initial defense po ng topic ko focus group discussion sana pero dahil nga alam niyo nga po government officials mahirap na mag-meet lahat sa isa-isa so yung ganun na rin siguro gawin ko po na adjusting ko na lang po for na isa-isang interviews na lang para lang na ako na yung mag-adjust sa kanila kasi mahirap talaga schedule ng mga interviews or dito for discussion po. So, yun na lang po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Also, like comment ko, you're from DILG, right?
Yes po.
Yeah, so actually, like the only reason why I was able to do this thesis is actually because of the network. So maybe if you could also, I could also give you some of my contact then, so I could help you finding the right people for that one.
Yes po, I tried contacting po sa Philcoma.
Oh yeah.
And well, I think I've been trying to contact them to their official email for 1 year. Then after 1 year, refer ako sa isang email nila. And as of right now po, after yung meeting sa board nila, binigay lang nila sa akin yung database nila, pero wala pa namin sa akin na volunteer para mag-public interview po. So maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Okay, we're also joined by our other presenters. Kindly give a wave or just something so that we know that you actually are able to hear us. Rick, Za and Juan, can you hear us? Okay, so if there are any questions for our previous presenters?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jas from the UP College of Media and Communication. And my question goes to Ngyen Wang Don and Fung Giapo. Okay. In your research, you were saying that the mechanisms through which Korea cultural content works as both a bridge to connect Korean and ASEAN cultures and a model to develop creative tourism, right? I would like to ask for you to clarify that if you're looking at Hallyu as a bridge, um, what kind of bridge is it? Because the focus currently, as I was listening to your presentation, is that it's a bridge from ASEAN to Korea, because most of the activities are in Korea. So if it's a bridge, I think it's supposed to be something that caters both directions. Do you think that it also caters the direction from Korea to the ASEAN and not just from the ASEAN who are into Hallyu? Okay, so that's my main question because your framework or your idea is that it's a bridge, but if it's only one way, how can we call it a bridge? Thank you.
So Za and Juan?
Yes. In the research, we
Will
state
you be
that,
able to answer the question?
yeah.
Okay.
So in the research, we stated that Hanru is work as a bridge to connect Korea and ASEAN audiences. For example, that ASEAN countries are usually host of Korean events programs such as like K-pop concerts or K-pop events, and however we didn't like focus on to the other way that um, ASEAN work as a bridge in Korea. Uh, However, I think that lately many Koreans also interested in ASEAN and ASEAN cultures, and I think that we may focus or we may dig deeper into it in our future research. Yeah.
Yes, are you okay? Any other questions from the floor? Yes, Mara.
The question is for Patricia. Because I think hello there. So recently in the news in Korea, so they're struggling with welfare among foreign students. So I want to know your perspective on because basically scholars of these types of programs are also foreign students who might have also experienced the difficulties that are being reported. And for you, what is the role of these types of scholars in this discussion? So do you feel like because you're sponsored by the government, do scholars from these programs feel that they have to protect the integrity of the program, or are they still encouraged to speak on their difficulties? So when speaking about their difficulties, do they just address it within the program, or are they also free to discuss it outside the program? Like what the foreign students are experiencing, what they're doing, exposing some of the issues in the programs in their respective schools.
Yes, thank you for that. Actually, I have a personal experience with that case. Because first for COIPA, we have actually do support from the office. So it also varies from the university. But for my case, we do have like a like a midterm in like consultation from a staff from COICA that actually evaluates our experiences, whether we're satisfied or not. And during my time, there were a lot of like, for example, this is like an example, but there were like a lot of complaints about like the stipend. So during my time, we were like around 199,000 won per month, and then around the start of 2025, it actually like rise to 1.2 million won. So we were lucky enough because of the feedback coming from our seniors that the stipend was actually increased. So depending on actually the feedbacks of the students from per university, because I heard it's we actually like coordinate this with the offices within our university, and then the university coordinates this with Quaker. So for my case as well, in being a student in general, we do have a support from the embassy, which is connected with the organization as such as PICO, the Pinoy Scholars in Pinoy Scholars in Korea. So such organization and communities allows us to be able to express our concerns not only as a foreigner in our like in our respective universities, but also as a Filipino in Korea. So I hope I answered your question.
Okay, yes.
You can call me Lulu. I'm one of the presenter a while ago. So I'm just curious because your paper actually wanted also to explore all other scholarships that we actually have. It just so happened that other Filipinos are not familiar with. So I was thinking a while ago why the question were focusing on what was their perception on South Korea instead of the perceptions toward Koika scholarships, knowing that not all people are actually familiar to certain scholarships. That's why there are only few people who get access to some scholarships, whether in South Korea, Japan, China, space, etc. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So, to answer your question, actually, I just want this. I just wanted to study to explore how the scholarship program itself, as an avenue for the participants to be able to explore Korea. So, as I mentioned earlier, there is still 23% who had no prior expectation for to Korea prior to joining the program. So, my study mostly wanted to explore the scholarship alone as an avenue in order for them to experience or see Korea as a student as well, alongside with the cultural immersion it provides, as we have to live there for 17 months.
Okay. Um, as you think of your questions, I have a question for Rick. Rick, can you hear me? Okay. You mentioned that there are different, ways that the four leaders communicated through their speeches. Do you think that it's important for leaders of nations like the Philippines and South Korea to express themselves through their own identity, or should the office of the president have certain, I guess, for lack of word, templates or considerations in terms of the way that speeches are communicated to their audiences? Great.
Uh, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it is actually both, and that was one of the most interesting realizations that emerged from this study. At first, diplomatic speeches may appear highly institutional because they follow formal protocols like diplomatic conventions and state interest. as well as presidential speeches are not written spontaneously. They are like carefully curated and created text involving like speech writers and advisors and foreign affairs officers and diplomatic considerations. So in that sense, there are definitely institutional templates and expectations shaping how leaders communicate. So, for example, regardless of administrations, all four leaders of the study consistently emphasize themes such as partnership, cooperation, and mutual prosperity and historical references. So the recurring references to the Korean War and shared sacrifice also remained remarkably stable across the speeches. So this suggests that diplomatic rhetoric is institutionally sustained beyond individual personalities. So, however, at the same time, leadership identity is still significantly shapes how diplomacy is communicated, even within similar structures. So, the tone, emphasis, and rhetorical style of each leader remained, distinct. For instance, the 30 speeches were more narrative and emotionally contrastive. His rhetoric often felt conversational and historically reflective. In contrast, Marcos Jr.'s rhetoric became more institutional and policy-oriented. On the Korean side, Moon Jae-in's speech emphasized relational diplomacy and soft power. Meanwhile, President Yoon Song-yeol's rhetoric appeared much of more strategic and structured. So what the study revealed is that diplomatic speeches operate in a space where institutional discourse and personal leadership styles intersects. There is an intersection between their personal style and the institutional aspects of diplomatic rhetoric.
Okay, thank you very much, Rick. So again, any other questions? If not, if there are no other questions, we'd like to thank again our presenters who are joining us over Zoom. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Then, of course, alongside the presenter, Patricia. So again, we'd like to, before we go to our closing, we'd like to again thank you for staying with us and staying with all of us as we go through this last session. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Hello, for our online presenters, can you please stay in the room first? We'll take a group photo together. Very hybrid. Finally coming off the second day of our conference. Yay! Congratulations to Rick, Jan Tabales, Mike, Don Tam, and Gia Hook, and also Patricia Lopena for being the presenters for the 11th Philippine Studies Symposium, presented today, 9th of May 2026, at the Pilar Herrera. For our online presenters who will be issuing your certificates and research. Thank you very much for your time. And also, we will be issuing our certificate of appreciation to Manuel III for being our moderator for today. Okay, let's take a photo first with our presenters. And then after this, we invite everyone to come up to the stage again with us. Thank you so much. So before we have the final group photo and farewell to everyone, I will also welcome chairperson of the Department of Linguistics of UP Diliman to give closing remarks at the beginning.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Over the past few days, we listened to a variety of presentations from migration, diaspora, diplomacy, literature, gender studies, media, fandom, language education and public policy to cultural and historical studies. These presentations serve as proof that Korean studies is not confined to a single discipline, but rather a dynamic and an evolving field. So this symposium also reminded us of the value of comparative and collaborative research in deepening mutual understanding between the Philippines, Korea, and our neighboring countries. So before we close the 11th Philippine Korean Studies Symposium, we would like to thank the keynote and plenary speakers whose expertise and perspectives enrich our discussions. Our heartfelt gratitude as well to all participants who share their time and ideas. To the moderators, presenters, reactors, and audience members, thank you for making every session engaging and intellectually stimulating. We also extend our sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, partner institution, the Korea Foundation, sponsors, volunteers, the technical staff, and student assistants whose hard work behind the scenes ensure the success of the symposium. And of course, special mention to Dr. Kim Min Bae, next year po ulit. Very, yeah, hardworking. Okay. Anyway, so thank you once again, and we hope to see you in the next Philippine Korean Studies Symposium. Maraming salamat at mabuhay tayong lahat.
Yes, yes, yes.
So this is our real final photo with our final session presented. Please come forward, everyone. 감사합니다.
Yeah. One, two, three. Again. One, two, three.
Sir Brian, balik tayo. Ay, pasok po.
Yeah.
That's very
Okay.